And hello, welcome to Roll for Story, the Witch Hunters, the Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut campaign. That's the one. So we're back again live. We missed last week's live session, but we did play in the background. And here's a little recap for you. So last week they escaped the Drow outpost after running away from the Fomorians who were charging down the tunnel. Dyer and Issa made a quick escape into the stalagmites where I can hear every keystroke. Jesus, Cameron. So, yeah, that's Cameron clicking. So they dived into the stalagmites where they found a drow kind of watchtower of sorts. There they discovered some undisturbed treasures. They found like a spidery looking brooch and the scroll case of a long maybe deceased spellcaster. Unfortunately, it was covered in webs, and as Nissa opened it, spider eggs hatched from the inside, crawled forth, and bit a deadly venom into them. They, of course, fell unconscious due to being very low already. Dyer was just about to make their way across when a Fomorian heard the sound of the scroll case landing on the ground. They kind of reached around into the chamber, but didn't manage to find Nissa. Just found a load of spiders crawling over their hand. So they just assumed it must have been that instead. Shook them free, and then Dyer crossed over, found Nissa, gave them a potion of healing to bring them back to life. That was a bit of a close call, because they were on one failed death save. But they're fine now, and they have earned themselves an extended spider climbing scroll, which may come in use. Meanwhile, Ember and Tanner and Grizz, they just finished off those electric Boogaloo 2s, the the strange eel that was made up of these lightning methods. But they then found their little fungus friend called Mim, who seems to be a little bit of a obsessive gardener. He's got all these plants and like saplings and mushrooms that he's growing inside his little hovel. He was actually still quite friendly towards them, and they seemed to finally come to terms, and at least agreed that they could get a rest here, so long as you delivered them a sapling. Ember had also been brought to consciousness by a magical berry. That berry seemed to give you a strange sensation in your sleep. You dreamt of these roots growing out of the ground, encompassing you, and one of these roots planted something into your heart. A small bulb is now living there, resting, growing, not sure. Either way, you suddenly came to when you heard the shaking of the ground. But more on that in a bit, because back to Nissa and Dyer, they had escaped the Fomorian's ire long enough when Nissa accidentally stepped on an explosive mushroom with a natural one on stealth or something terrible. Either way, it alerted the rest of them. They charged away, and a chase ensued as they ran around the corner. Fortunately, the magical eye of these Fomorians managed to twist the psyche of Nissa, knocking them unconscious once again. That hoisted them back up in their arms, and they ran down a tunnel. They took a sharp left, slid down a mudslide, and went through a thicket of heavy branches and roots. The Fomorian smashed its way through, and as Nissa glided along the mud, Dyer had to wade their way through. This mud is the primordial mud of the Feydark, which is kind of like the stuff of life that basically grows and it evolves everything down here. It's said that it's what all the fungus kind of grows from. It's like primordial in its essence. So when Dyer's natural body started to mix with it, strange phenomena started to happen, like their head turned 360 degrees, their hands and feet became webbed momentarily, It felt like their chest was imploding, but every step of the way, Dia managed to resist this incredibly warping magic and make it to the other side. Um, Unfortunately, the Fomorian wasn't so lucky. They rolled just below the save DC, and as a result, they imploded and turned into a gigantic mushroom, which could have been Dia's fate had they rolled anything below an 18, but they managed to pull through, and they washed themselves off with this kind of stream of water. The water was somehow like electrified a little bit, tingling, and as you worked your way through, you found a kind of catacomb of stepping stones, and that's when you heard a voice, and it called out to you guys. As you turned around, you saw this strange creature resting atop that mushroom, and Tana was standing there eating some cooked mushrooms, and the party was finally reunited.
Delicious.
Yes, they were. There was a moment where you were like looking at the Fomorian that turned into a mushroom, then looking down at the mushrooms he was eating. You never got an answer on that, but anyway, Grizz was fast asleep, but you guys all woke up, had this reuniting, um, yeah, this touching moment, and then finally you got a long rest in. And Min seemed happy. Yeah, in fact, he was so happy he got the mushroom, put it in his planter, and effectively that was the sapling he was asking for. So he's happy. In the morning, however, as you woke to try and look for him, he had agreed to take you to a place known as the Penta Creek, which is a place where all paths converge and spread from here in this section of the Underdark. And if you want to get to where you're going, the Penta Creek usually has a passageway from it. Regardless, though, he left a note saying that he had gone mushroom picking and that he'd be back sometime later. Um, Suddenly realizing that when he says he'll help you tomorrow, that could mean that could mean any time. That could mean when the dawn has finally rose back to the surface and the sun has rose. But these Fae are tricksy little creatures. Um, Speaking of mushrooms, you got up, went down one of the tunnels, and did see there was a archway of wonder. This is like a fluorescent kind of mushroom um, growth, and of course it's light. So you kind of judged that maybe the Fomorians wouldn't be that direction. They'd be somewhere darker. So you chose to go onwards. The air got colder. You could see frozen spores hanging in the air. And as you explored around, you started to see ruins. Peeking through the gaps in some of the brickwork, you found a frozen lake. Beneath the ice, bones of some sort of serpent, winged serpent creature. And you decided these could be the bones that help Kane get back their senses. So you found a way around. You all kind of navigated that space, got to the ice. Unfortunately, Ember was slightly distracted by a blue flashing light. And the moment in which we left off was just as he was looking down, observing some sort of like silky like web, was also the same moment when a large worm with a ring of teeth started to dangle from above, and it was going straight for Ember. So we'll drag you to the map. I'll have everyone roll initiative.
Yep. Nissa automate Grizz's dreams.
Oh god, I almost forgot that little detail. Yeah, Chris has been having nightmares ever since the hags got to him. But Nissa, you managed to kind of steal away some of his most precious memories, which enabled you to revigorate yourself. The dream also had a nightmare attached to it. Excuse me, attached to it, and you decided not to go any further. You could potentially ask some of your other fairy allies who know what to do something. They may have a solution to this, but otherwise, you best not eats a nightmare, because you don't know what happens when a fairy eats a nightmare. Okay,
Yeah. Could be how a fairy flies born.
who knows? Oh, we're gonna go and roll a d6 to see if this is recharged. Okay, nope. So, let's start with...
Yeah, our initiative rolls really sucked this time.
Yeah, they did.
This would
Gee.
Nissa and I both rolled a natural 1.
Oh, I like how I'm still the
And-
second in the party going even with an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
God, that's
This is
rough.
gonna be bad. Yeah. Bad.
Okay.
being able to add my wisdom or whatever it is to my initiative as well is quite nice.
Did anybody roll above a 14?
Nope.
The worm got okay. Super. All right, just checking.
Looks like the worm's going first.
It's fine. We want it to come closer, so it's alright.
Yeah. This is strategically optimal.
It just
Exactly.
the moment when you were like wondering, wait, where's Ember? You look around, and yeah, you don't see him following you, Tally. He was literally right behind you, and now he's not.
Oh no.
Um,
My paladin senses are tingling.
Your
so-
babysitter senses are tingling.
Yeah.
The toddler has wandered off.
Then, in that case, we'll start with the top of the round with the angler worm that has dangled down beneath Ember. He's looking down, completely charmed and oblivious to this. And as the creature strikes, he's going to...
Do so with advantage.
Yeah, he will.
This
Ember,
is not gonna be fun.
You suddenly feel kind of like this drip on your shoulder. It is this salivary substance that trickles down your front. And just as you go to look up is when you suddenly feel these tendrils and coils whip around you.
Right. I do not have a reaction
Yes.
here.
And
Am I surprised?
you are...
Okay.
Well, the surprise round was it kind of using the lure. In this instance, though, you are charmed, so you do not gain a reaction against this. Okay.
Okay.
Roll to attack. With advantage. So I'm going to roll that again. Okay, so 19 is going to hit you.
Yeah.
So immediately you feel these coils wrap around you, and you feel a burning sensation around your shoulders, arms, and even your neck. You take... Really? Oh, okay. I rolled pretty low. 7 points of acid damage,
Okay.
and you are then whipped off your feet. You're grappled and restrained,
Okay.
and you are being strangulated as well.
All right.
These-
Do I have any kind of save if this thing's taking an act of aggression against me, or is that I don't know how this affects?
So it rolled to attack you, so it hit. And then if you want to try and break free on your turn, it's going to be your action to make a... Oh, I see what you're saying. Hold on.
Yeah. Do I have any kind of like wisdom save for the charm effect?
Oh, yeah. No, the charm effect will probably end.
Okay. All right.
Um,
So
you
at least I
can-
might know enough to message my allies or something and say help.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Cool. I'll do so on
Okay.
my turn.
I'm sure he's fine.
Unfortunately, though, you are being strangled. So you can't breathe.
I
Okay.
cannot breathe. All right. I'll
Nope.
mark that here. Let's go with that. That looks like something can't breathe. It's silence, but it'll do.
Yep. It's a pretty horrific ability. What's happening here? Trying to
Okay.
describe it again is it's like let loose this kind of webbing, but they're coiled acidic strings effectively of webbing,
All right.
and
Cool.
as it rips around your throat, it kind of starts to like pour into your mouth as well.
All
So
right.
it's pretty horrific. That's going to be its turn to do that, and we go to...
Oh, I like the fact that it previews what the spells do. Oh, that's so nice.
Okay, it
Why
is
am I
actually
n-
Ember's go.
All right. Cam, at the break, I need to talk to you because you're having way more success with this Foundry plugins than I am. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to. Anyways, okay.
No worries.
So I cannot speak.
You're strangling, but it doesn't mean you can't speak. It just means you can't breathe. Which is almost the same thing. But you can make those horrible gargling noises you know people make when you
Okay.
strangle them to
What
death.
I will do.
Not that I know what that sounds like.
What I will do is I will use a sorcery point to cast message and cast message. I will use a sorcery point to do a subtle spell,
And
so that I can do this telekinetically. I will point at this direction,
yeah.
and I will cast message. Tanner, help! I'm being swallowed by members of the Tanner! And that's it. I'm just pointing in a direction I believe Tanner is. I don't really know where he is. I'm going to point this way. Maybe it hits him. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But that we'll see what happens.
This is what happens. As you say this, at the start of your round, you take another 14 points of acid damage.
Ugh.
As this
Minus-
thing continues to strangle you and pour this acid into your
Okay.
mouth.
I will. Anyways, my action would be to cast message, and I will spend a sorcery point to make it subtle. And I don't know if Tanner hears that or not, but that will be the end of my turn.
You 100% hear this, and you can even reply.
Oh, 25 words. I'll make a count.
Right.
Why did you run off on your own?
Okay.
No, you're just here. We're coming. We're coming quick.
All right.
Okay, cool.
I'll of course relay that to the party.
Gotcha. All right. The turn after that is actually Nissa.
Nissa consider this for a moment and it's like, oh, they're going to be back there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, then dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really? How does that collide with one wall? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. That's why I should have got further than that, but whatever. That's about as far as I can get, even with dashing. So I'm just like,
I'll figure out. Wait. You with the hit? You like here?
Yeah, I was like one below Grizz.
One below him, like here?
Yeah, I think so.
And you got 60 foot?
Yeah, because I'm dashing.
Okay.
I thought 30 foot should basically take me to like Tanner, but
Should be able to get here.
yeah, I thought I should be able to get a little bit further than I did.
Okay. As you
Okay.
come around the corner, you hear the choking sounds of Ember.
I can hear him, I can't see him. He's a little bit further than I am.
Yep,
I think-
Tanner.
Gotcha. Sorry, just working out how far. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Go away.
You don't need to use the measuring tool to measure, you just hold control.
Okay.
If you do it from there, and then you can press spacebar after.
Oh, really? Is that as far as I
60.
can hear? God damn.
Yep.
Cool.
And it's slippery ice as well.
Uh-huh.
Yep, not for me.
Question. Yeah, in fact, if you're dashing on the ice, you can just make me a quick dexterity saving throw. If you're running and dashing,
Joys of having wings.
you're good. You
Cool.
do feel that it's slippery, but
So,
you
10 will make
skid
it.
around the corner, and then you witness it.
What
Ember
the fuck is that? I mean...
is being held aloft by a gigantic worm that has lowered itself from the ceiling of webs.
Can you see them, Tanner?
Yep, some big-ass worm.
You hear that, everyone? There's a big ass worm.
Okay.
Copy
so-
that, big ass worm.
What'd you call me?
It's
me
a
a big
compliment,
enough
trust me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's as far as I can get with my Yep, that's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna shout out, "Hang on, Ember, we're coming!" Just trying to get it within range.
You just got to survive one round, guys.
Just hang on. This is why you don't wander off in a group. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Meanwhile, Kane, slippery. Oh yeah, you make me a dexterity saving throw as well, Di. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Oh,
But
sure.
you're on the ice
Where does the ice start, very quick?
everywhere.
Oh,
on the floor.
everywhere's ice. Okay.
Where it ends is here.
Yeah.
21.
you're-
Oh, yeah.
you're-
Yeah.
No
yeah.
problem. You slide around the corner, and just use the pillar as momentum. Grizz on the other hand. Let's see what he gets. Oh, daisy! Oh, he's sliding.
Flat on his butt. Nice.
It only has to make a turn, so. Oh my god, he's actually got really good dash as well. He's got like 80 foot. But instead, as he falls, he slips, cracks his head, takes 2 points of bludgeoning damage. Ow! And falls prone there. Okay. It is back to the angular one. Okay. And actually, that's back to this one as well. So. Gonna hold its action. And then this one. Ember. Meanwhile, getting grappled, restrained, and burnt away. Now that it's got you in its tendrils, it is going to go for a bite attack. And here we go. Got advantage as well.
Oh, that's a 13, right?
Yeah. God, yeah,
With mage armor, that fucking misses.
Nice.
What? I rolled a 9. Ugh. Okay, well, even when restrained, Ember,
Squirming around, just.
He's a bit too spicy.
I could just imagine that he puts his mouth around Ember and he just flares up the flames.
yeah, the worm kind of blows on you a little bit to cool you down before consuming. All right, it's a shame. Ember, your turn. At the start of your turn, you're being melted away. That's a bit of a chunkier roll. 18 points of acid damage.
Oof.
What's that leave me with? 14. How can I?
You can choose to make a escape attempt, or if you just want to turn and fire at it.
Considering things here, nope. I am not. I'm not blinded, right? I can see my friends, my good people over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I will actually. I only can see Dia and Tanner, so those are gonna be the 2 lucky ones. No, I am going to haste myself. What am I saying? I'm going to twin haste on Dia and Tanner. I'm going to cast haste. I'm going to spend 4 sorcery points, 3 sorcery points to twin haste.
Huh?
Let me check twin spell. Man, sorry, it's been a while. Okay, I just want to do this right. Twin spell. We have spell. Spend a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level. 3 sorcery points to twin haste on both Dia and Tanner.
Cool.
But my spells aren't working, Chris. Yeah, there's error in your macro syntax. See the console F12 for details. I have no idea. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on. But we're not gonna fix that right now. I'll just manually see if I can cast it this way.
Oh yeah,
You must target a token before rolling the attack,
okay.
but it's not even an attack. So I don't know. Anyways, y'all are hasted. I'll mark off the spell slot manually.
Awesome, thank you. I'll mark myself up with Speedy Gonzalez token.
Yeah, you and Dia. I'm gonna get the effects of haste for you, so you have it.
I'm gonna do that.
And I'll mark myself as concentrating here. My brain.
There we go.
Concentrating. Oh, I got like a million icons myself here.
Okay. Nissa, you'd be up straight after that.
Okay, I'm gonna move to here, which means I can now see it. Just. And let's
That's right.
just.
It's right there.
Yeah, so it is. Oh, what is this? Alt to target. Let's see if it's. I'm just thinking. I did have a plan, and I'm just thinking if it's the right plan. Just give me a sec. No, it's the right plan. I'm just gonna pop off 2 shots at it. Also test. Does a 21 hit?
Yep.
Wow, for minimum damage.
Okay. Still, it's the first
Yeah, and I'll bring up my second attack.
blood.
Wow, that'll do it.
No.
I haven't used my bonus act. No, I would have had to have declared that before. Shame. Shame I didn't. Do I have anything that could boost my attack? No, unfortunately not. But still. Go ahead.
Okay.
Wow. Thanks for the correct. And my dread ambush only works on the first turn. Oh! I didn't realize that. I should actually be 20 foot further forward because on the start of the first turn, I get to move in it and my walking speed increased. Oh, but I'm flying. So it actually is slower. Interesting.
You could take a run up and then take flight. Yeah.
Yeah, but my walking speed is less than my flight speed.
Good job. You're a ranged fighter anyway.
Yeah, so there's that, and then that will do, I guess. I don't have anything I can. Damn it, that's what I should have done. I forgot that I have that. Let me just check.
You've got a third attack.
No, that's only on the first turn of combat. This is
Yeah.
technically the second turn.
It is. Damn. Okay.
Because this thing seems quite chunky, and I can do this once a day without using a spell slot. And I should have done this before, but let's put hex on it.
Alrighty.
Which it rolled the damage for some reason. But, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say its ability score that has disadvantage on strength, because that seems what it's probably best at. So let's make that weaker.
Okay. A little bit rusty on the starting go, but that's all good. We're getting back into the swing of things. So,
Yeah.
hexing it, it does seem like it kind of wriggles in pain as 2 shots sink into its whitish flesh. It pukes up more of its kind of bile onto Ember. As Tanners go, you are hasted, my friend.
Awesome. So, getting absolutely buzzed off my nut, I'm going to use my first bonus action to cast Sanctuary on Ember.
He's got enough buffs. Jesus, look at this.
Yeah, I know. So I hope you got run for more. Which I will put in now, just so you know. Sanctuary, where's Sanctuary? Sanctuary?
Yep. Bonus action, we all know. It's all good. Wisdom saves and stuff.
Yeah, there we go. Target a token before rolling the attack. Ah, you know what it does.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I think you're getting the same problem as Ember.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and I will move right up to its face.
Okay.
And I'm going to start bippity-bopping.
Bippity-boppity booyah.
Do I get 2 bonus actions? Because I'm hasted.
No.
No.
Just an extra attack. Cool. First attack. Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm getting the exact same thing.
What about on attack?
Yeah, attacks as well.
Okay.
Inventory, +1 longsword. Normal. There we go. 16.
It is a hit.
Oof. With 16 points damage. Wait. Oh, sorry, 12 points damage. My bad.
Yeah, 12. Yeah. That's all good. It's alright. It's calculated it.
Yeah,
It's
so
calculating at least. When it does hit, it is calculating.
I think it's my macro. I'm just going to try re-adding it in just for curiosity's sake. Sorry guys, Foundry having a bit of an off day today. Oh, okay, yeah. Derek, have you got your macros down the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just re-drag them on, that's just fixed it for me.
Okay. Well, that's good. I'll have to do all that. I got a bunch of spells I gotta... Alright, that's good to know. Thank you.
No worries. 27 to hit with 14 points damage.
Yep, it's getting worn down. But the size of this thing, you realize you're going to have to really hack it away. The trunk of its body is just huge. You haven't even sliced through it yet.
That's
You're going to
fine.
just chopping and chopping.
Last
Right,
strike,
okay.
18 to hit, and I'm going to Divine Smite this one as well.
Okay.
So there's the damage for that one. Plus, oh yeah, Divine Smite. Oh. For an extra 4 points damage.
4, alright. With that smite, you finally get some good, like, dents into this thing. You see it's bloodied already from multiple different chops and wounds over it. But instead of like normal kind of blood, it's kind of like oozing this bile, kind of greeny liquid. Then what next? Dire. Yeah.
Let's see here. I am going to, well, go ahead and get right up close with it. Which I can do with my haste, so do.
Yep. And
oops.
oh, that way. There we go.
That way. Sorry. Yep.
When
How? Sorry.
I was gonna say when you get to here, you
Yep.
need to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Well, can I? How?
It's a held
Like,
action.
can I get up close to it
Yeah,
without
yeah,
having to?
absolutely.
Okay. How high is it off the ground?
It's about 5 foot off the ground.
Okay. That's no problem. I'm going to whack it with the quarterstaff.
Okay.
For a
You need
two-handed
to-
blow.
I do need you to make that wisdom save before any attacks go through.
Well, I was only going like this far.
That's fine. It's what you see here.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. Sorry. All right. So wisdom save first.
I had a little sneaky held action.
It's all right. Good.
A 12.
12.
A
Is that bad?
12?
Could I use 2 sorcery points to...
Well, you're also
Ben
within
luck?
range of
That's reaction?
Hannah, right?
No need. That's actually that's a success.
Yeah, she also
Oh.
gets a +3 from
Oh,
you
Yeah,
+3
as
for
well.
the saving throws.
Three,
So that's
yeah,
Nice.
like, with the 15, yeah, you're fine actually. Don't worry.
Cool,
You
Cool.
see this blue light. It's a little distraction in the back of your mind, but there's
Mhm.
much more pressing matters at hand. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So
Cool.
first blow is quarterstaff. That is a 10. Which is not good.
10. Ooh, no, that's a miss.
Probably not gonna go. Okay. Second action is second action. We're gonna try the same thing. Who knows? Maybe we have better luck. It's a little bit slippery.
Hey, there we go.
26.
Oh,
Nice.
All right.
Whack.
Okay. So damage roll. Why is it being weird?
I don't know. I think you've switched it from public roles to private roles.
It's on public rolls, and I've rolled it twice, but each time
You
I mean-
rolled 3 times.
Each time nothing is coming up. Like you're seeing the dice going across.
Yeah, it's doing damage, by the way. You are doing damage. For some
Oh
reason,
shit. Okay.
yeah, it's
I don't
whispered
know why it's
to
not
me.
showing up.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to try a stunning strike as well. So it has to make a con saving throw.
Hold on, I just gotta undo how many times you
Yeah.
hit it.
I don't know why it wasn't showing up. That's
Hold on. So you hit it for 13 bludgeoning damage. Is what you
nice.
dealt.
Okay.
And the damage it's left on. Hold on. Oh god. You rolled a 10, missed,
Mhm.
and then
And then 26.
that was on 5. 1 second in the chat. Hold on. And then you hit with the 26. Right, yeah, that did
Yeah.
11 bludgeoning damage. Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
there we go. Okay, we're caught up. So yeah, you want
Okay.
to make another attack?
I want to on the using the open hand technique. Oh no, I can only do this with flurry of blows. Sorry. I'm going to try a stunning strike with that second 26 hit. So it has to make a con saving throw. It has to beat a 14.
Okay.
Let's see if we can stun it.
Yep, let me check it. Con saved. Oof.
Ooh, nice.
It is stunned.
It is stunned.
It is stunned. Well, that doesn't let it go from the grasp, however. It's
Mhm.
actually not what's grasping it. It is these kind of web coils that are
Right.
around Ember, but at least it won't get a bite attack
Yeah.
at this point. So, very stunned.
Okay, good. Now let's just use my 2 actions. So I don't think I can do anything to get Ember out. Like I couldn't cut him out of the web.
Oh yeah, you do have a hasted action as well.
I do have a hasted action.
Yeah.
So like I thought he was being like wrapped up like a boa constrictor, but he's just wrapped up in the web. So if I
Wrapped up
take
in web, yeah.
a knife and try and cut him out with that, could I do that as one of my actions?
You could, yeah. Give me a. Let's go with athletics check.
Okay. Mm,
Plus.
nope,
Minus.
that's no good. That's no
Okay.
good.
They are, as you go to touch them, or try
Mm-hmm.
to grab and cut into them, you immediately feel like a stinging pain on your hands, and you kind of flinch away from them, realizing these lines are coated in acid.
Right. Okay, so that's not going to work. What I am going to do though is I still have a bonus point, and I'm going to flurry of blows the creature, the worm.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just.
Okay. So good.
That's
Bludgeoning.
bludgeoning
It's
and
looking rough. You keep pummeling into it, and its form is trying to recoil into its alcove, but where it's kind of stunned, it's now just a punching bag hanging from the ceiling.
good. This I can work. I can't catch you out, but I can.
Nice. Yep.
Nice.
It's doing decent damage.
Nice. Okay.
Whack, whack, whack. All right.
Whack, whack, whack.
It
And
is
yeah, that's it for me, I think.
cool. Kane's going. Let me see what he can get done. Yeah, he's gonna leap up, try to bite at the thing. Oh yeah, it's stunned. You would have advantage. Right? Yeah, I mean it's still a hit. Okay, so he does. Oh god, yeah, he does 8 points of damage. He rips into some of the flesh, and that's gonna end his go. Riz, on the other hand, oh cupboard, he gets, he stands up, and that's gonna cost him half his movement. 5, 10.
You get the advantage because he's stunned.
Oh, right. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
that
fix
makes
the thing.
sense. That's fine. Next time.
Okay, Groove gets to about there, even with a dash. Sorry, I slipped.
It's alright.
Okay. Oh god. Meanwhile, Tanner, sorry, Ember, you are being strangulated. You are taking the acid damage one last time, I think. But after this, you'll probably be fine. You take 19 points of acid damage
Yikes.
if you want to apply that one to yourself. And I need a concentration check.
You do not need a concentration check, as I lose concentration and fall unconscious.
Oh.
Daya and
no.
Tanner are both stunned for 6 seconds.
We're not
Oh,
stunned
no.
with lethargic, aren't we?
Oh, you're sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always
You don't have
make
any
that mistake.
absorb elements or anything, do you?
I do not have absorb elements.
Okay.
Hold on, I might have something for it.
Uh,
I mean, if it's
That's not an attack, right? So he doesn't have to make a wisdom saving throw for that
No,
either.
he's
Yeah.
like done. The webbing around you just continues to burn.
Yep.
Just the coils.
All right. Yeah, I am unconscious.
Shit.
hold
Okay.
on. I'm just going to actually read up about haste. No, I don't want to know the definition of haste. There we go.
Ember, I need a death saving throw.
Do.
+3.
Q. Cam. Still no good.
Oh,
It was a failure.
Oh, that's
You.
one fail. Nissa,
Oh god.
Alright,
anyone not stunned?
Yeah, this is gonna
Lethargic.
I think.
come forward a bit closer. And checking X. Yep, every time I hit with an attack, and
It's
concentration.
very wounded and it's stunned. You have advantage on everything.
So let's roll these longbow.
I'm gonna try and fix something.
Advantage.
Ooh!
And
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
no, a crit!
I have an extra 1d6 on it because hex.
Oh my god, here we go.
That'll do it.
23
Nice.
damage.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still alive.
Oh no, go, no.
Oh, like nothing. The arrow that you just fired, it shoots straight through its body, leaving a hole the size of a fist. Second shot. The second shot will kill it.
Oh, that's just...
Yeah, with minimum damage, you will kill it there. Yeah. Holy crap. Okay,
That's a lot of dice.
it is.
Yo.
So where this thing is like hanging on by 2 bits of like sinewy flesh, you just shoot out one side of it, and it kind of swings, hits into the wall, and it tears off the rest of it. And the other body part just sort of slumps down with it and falls into a massive gaping hole at the bottom of that that ruin. Ember is dropped onto the ground.
Thud.
Yeah, he's still got kind of like most of this webbing tied up around him.
I
Yeah.
might have to make another save here. I think, unless.
Well, I was directly underneath you. So
Okay,
I could
okay,
go-
cool.
Oh, but I'm lethargic.
Yeah, that's the thing. Turn order here.
Let's use a bonus action, and because I'll drop Hex because the thing's dead, and use a bonus action to bring out Healing Spirit to heal.
Very nice. Very well played, if that's the case.
Hex is to Hex is a
Clutch.
bonus action to add, but it doesn't cost anything.
On the first turn, yeah.
Okay, for some reason.
But they did Hex
Okay.
last time.
Yeah,
Yep. So have 5 HP back.
I'm gonna have to refresh really quickly for some reason my Foundry froze.
Okay, with that then, Ember, you're back up on 5 HP, sorry. And
And there is a tiny glowing like black fairy next to you, like it's a black light, like think Navi, but black in color, just floating next to you that seems to be releasing that healing.
I kind of just look at it. What happened there?
Don't worry, I killed the big worm thing and now my friend here is healing you.
Kane
Okay.
is going to attempt to get the webbing off of you.
I let him. I'm having so many Foundry problems here. Come on, this stupid thing.
Oh,
There we go.
man. Kane is unable to tear the webbing free.
I
gonna be
will
good.
take out a knife and.
You're
Oh.
lethargic.
Oh, we still
Alright.
have turn order. Okay.
Yep. Grizz has got it though. Because if he doesn't get... Oh my god, are you kidding me? Jeez. I guess this is happening. Ember, at the start of your turn, you go back unconscious.
What?
All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the acid, the webs. What's knocking
Yep.
me
Yeah, but
on this
I had a
you're
bonus action, right? Like I didn't have an action or an attack
No.
or a move, but
Can't
You
take
were
action.
stunned. You don't want
can't
to
take
stun
use
when
a
you were.
bonus?
lethargic. Yeah, it's an action.
Well,
right.
can't
All
take
right,
action or move. Okay,
I fall back unconscious.
you're back to you, Nissa. Jeez.
Right. Nissa will use the bonus action to trigger the healing spirit again because
Oh my god, this is peak D&D right here.
it marks a number of so you get 1 hit point back, and then Nissa is going to come over and see if I can even get the position. I'm just gonna
You can fly
You
over
can
him,
fly, yeah.
yeah, I'm just gonna just try to cut the webbing away.
Oh, it's really sticky.
Is it an athletics check?
It is, yeah, please.
I'm not too bad.
The DC is actually ridiculously low. Thank you. Oh my god, right. It's just that these two favored like clowns. But you are able to you're able to precision cut through, like plucking webs and string from a marionette, and you have freed him from the acidic web before it does any more damage. Good job.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you,
Tanner,
that.
I'm going to pinch Ember by the ear, and
Oh, what the?
after laying on hands 20 hit points of health, I'm going to say, "Why did you run off? What have you learned?"
I did it. I just followed the light, Tanner.
Why didn't you
you
learn
always say,
from last
you always
time?
say,
No,
you know,
I'm not having
follow
any of
Raziel's
this.
light.
No,
I
you've
follow
got to
Raziel's
stop
light.
talking back to me because at this point
I'm
you're
not
going to be
talking
the
back,
one who's
Tanner. I
not
followed the light. There was a light. No, it was a light.
Right,
telling
that's
you.
it. You're grounded. Go to your room.
Tanner, you have to believe me, man. If I tell you something, I tell you for a reason. There's lights. They're tricky lights. It just. I don't know. I saw the light, Tanner. I saw the light.
What light?
The light. I look around. Is there any lights?
Last session, Tanner, you did see a blue light, which you thought nothing of because you were unaffected.
Didn't it just kind of flash once and that was it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it did. And Dyer also just witnessed a light earlier.
Yeah,
but
I did see it, but I shook it off because I'm.
it
super
was
cool.
here, by the way, Dyer, when you saw it. And it sort of flashed around behind this wall.
Well, then I
Wait,
think
sorry,
it's safe to say.
Which wall again? Show me.
Let me put something down to represent what
I
it looked
cannot
like.
see.
It was like this. Oh crap!
I think my Foundry is frozen,
Maybe.
so I'm not getting nothing. Alright, I'm gonna restart that.
Yeah, like a blue glow here.
Yeah, and it sort of flashed around the corner and then disappeared.
Right.
There's a light, Tanner. I don't know why. Let go of my ear. That hurts.
I do. Once the healing's gone.
Well,
Why did you let the worm just take me, Tanner? You just walked away. I said we had to stay together.
You're not pinning this one on me.
No, Tanner, you're not putting this one on me. This is +3.
Should we just
You-
maybe agree to stay within sight of each other?
That's what I was trying to say. We
Well,
can stay
at
together.
Yeah, so where were you, buddy?
I told you there was a light!
Was the light within sight of us? Because I don't think it was. I think we were all over on the frozen fish pond.
Daya, you don't understand!
As he says there is a light, suddenly it reappears. And this time it's down the end of the corridor over here. And Grizz sees it. I'm going to roll a quick wisdom save.
+3. Oh,
Oof.
fucking hell.
You made that light.
Yep, I
It's
grab him by the
pretty.
back. I grab him by the back. I grab him by the back.
It sounded like you said grab him by the bag. I was like, ooh.
Ouch.
I mean, whatever
nice-
works.
That would work.
Yeah, I just say, no, you don't. I'll just kind of grab him by the scruff.
It's going right there. And
Well,
it does back
you're
around.
not-
That
going
way,
anywhere.
Chris. That's the one. That's the one, Tanner. It leads you places. It's really pretty. You should. Well, no.
No,
it
you
leads you
should
to
not.
No,
worse.
we should definitely
No.
not follow it.
I want to touch it.
Does Nissa know what it is?
Probably not. I think we... Did we
Oh,
roll?
we may have rolled that last time. No, I think we rolled. No, I think we rolled a nature check
did.
if I knew what the dragon thing was.
No. We rolled one, and you said. Well, I remember saying that the closest thing you remember is a will-o-wisp, but that wouldn't be in Feywild because those are undead. So no, you don't have a clue what it is.
Yeah, there should be 3 more times for the healing spirit that can be done.
Excellent.
I'm just going to roll them all at once.
Hook me up.
Because you're the only one who took damage, so have 14 hit points back.
Plus 16. 14. Plus 14.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That
Is that like a child, Nissa? What am I looking at? That was nice. I feel better already.
That's a healing spirit, but my version, for some reason, has always manifested itself as a black ball of light. It's kind of an odd concept, black light, but the way we roll in the Fey Dark.
Thank you. I needed that.
Yes. And now we need you to melt some ice.
What ice? There's ice everywhere.
No, we need you to melt. If you go, well, once everyone's ready, if we all go up, go to the right, then there's what looks like a dragon or a wyvern or something in under the ice, which probably qualifies as ancient bones.
I can't just cast it.
All right, let's get out of here. That worm was disgusting.
Come on, everybody together. Everybody together.
Come on, all together. Grizz, Tanner.
Yeah.
You go first, Tanner. Actually, I don't like this place too much.
Yeah. Also, try to keep your temper under wraps. We don't want you to melt the wrong bit of ice.
Speaking of melted ice, as you go past this, you do see that there is a pool of water in the alcove to the right.
But unfortunately, my water skin is filled with wine. I believe I gave one to Grizz.
I have an empty water skin. I drank the potion from.
I've got 2 empty water skins from the potion that I gave to Nissa.
Might as well go fill up, I guess.
You want
Yep.
some of that water? I don't know, man. The water out here just makes you feel kind of weird.
Does anyone have like a detect magic or something that they could do on the water and surrounding areas?
I do.
I don't.
However, Ember, do you have more magic of that variety?
I can't just detect magic, Tanner. That's impossible. You have to spend time. You have to analyze it. No, I don't know, Tanner. I'm not like a wizard. The ones at the Arcanists at the Academy, they were more into that kind of thing. I don't do those kind of things. My magic comes, from a gift, from ancestry.
Okay.
The answer to that, Cam, is no.
Thank you. Okay, well, Just bear with me one moment. Chris, the Pearl of Power.
Mm-hmm.
So, does it save a spell slot or does it save a spell? It's a spell
The
slot.
Pearl of Power gives you a spell slot.
Spell slot, gotcha. Okay, so that'll no doubt be a second level.
Third level, I would. You're not at
I'm
level
on
yet?
second level at the moment.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can pop a first level for detect. Dispel. Sorry, second level. Oh no, I don't have dispel. Ignore me.
Dispel. I think they're looking for detect magic.
Either or, I don't have it prepared.
You don't have.
Alright, Nissa, I'll get you some of that water. I don't like water.
It would take me
Dia.
an hour, and I could attune.
I will
As you come
first
over here, go
check
ahead
the
and give me a
water.
perception check. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Perception
see like something looks funny about the water.
Wait, oh, sorry, we're going down there. My bad.
Let go, big tada.
No.
Tada say the light. Nothing seems to be odd or off about the water. It is freezing cold to the touch, though. Like, it's near ice. You know when you kind of see that kind of cracked texture in the water? It's not yet ice, but it's sort of forming.
Okay, I will step back and focus for a little bit, and a fiery hand comes just out in front of me, and I will cast Mage Hand. I will put my water skin in my Mage Hand and see if I can try to scoop up some of the water into the water skin with the Mage Hand.
Okay, yeah, you do so, and the water skin is filled with ice cold water.
Dia, give me those two skins. I'll fill yours too. It's a good idea. We should always have fresh water. We never know how long we'll be stuck down here.
This is true. Yep. I'll pass him the potion flasks.
I'll do the same with the two flasks and hand them back to Dia.
Okay. And Nissa and Dai, you've both got dark vision, and you're standing in that position. You
Yep.
can both roll perception checks as well.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay, 14 and an 18.
14, 18.
So 14 from your angle, Nissa, you only got a very slim view of it. But it does look like the water goes to the back of this kind of archway. And if that's water on the other side, it's obviously connected somehow. And from your angle, Daya, you can actually see that there is a tunnel that goes under, well, between these two like walls here, and it goes under, and from just barely from here, you can see the other side of the ice.
Okay. Right. Okay, so I can see there's a tunnel there. Does it look big enough for a person to go through?
Yes, it's
medium-sized
exactly.
humanoid.
Yeah. It's 5 foot wide.
Okay. Just gonna note that in case we need to escape the whatever's in the deep there. But
okay.
What's this about ice?
I'm gonna point that out to the others and say it looks like there's a tunnel here. I don't know, some kind of opening going between the big lake and this little pond here. That's probably how the water got in. Not sure if the tunnel is supposed to be there or if it's collapsed, but yeah.
Worth keeping in mind.
Worth keeping in mind. Have you seen that bit in the Sword in the Stone cartoon with the Barracuda? I'm thinking of that.
What's a cartoon?
Oh, it's an old theatrical style we used to have back in the woods.
Oh, fascinating.
Yeah.
I've never really been fond of woodland theater. Creepy fairies. No offense, Nissa.
We can do some great things with shadow puppets and lights. It's great. Anyway,
last time we had some woodland theater, the satyrs cursed me, Nissa. You have to understand, nothing but evil amongst all these fae. It's quite frustrating. Malicious intent.
There's no malice. It's just you don't get our sense of humor. But
No, it was one of them got killed. Brego tree stalk struck it down. Anyways, sorry. This is all. Where's this ice? We're in a big hurry here.
Okay, and don't tar all Faye with the same brush. We're not all the same.
I'm not so sure.
Well,
We'll see.
next time I won't save your life.
I appreciate that. Next time I won't save your entire race. We can all play this guy, that guy game if you want. We got more time. No time for that kind of stuff.
To be honest, I was happy to come down here by myself. You were just assigned to me, so...
You would already be
skin
dead.
off my nose.
If it wasn't for Dinah, you'd already be dead.
No, if it wasn't for coming with you a lot, I would have probably not been in that situation.
I'm skeptical of that. But regardless, Kane is okay, whoa. Tanner, Chris, Daya, come on, keep up.
Okay, yeah. We're coming. Come on. Yeah.
I'm not playing.
Chris.
We got him on a leash or something.
Yep. Whole person.
Lead the way, Tanner. This place is very dangerous.
Let's see if we can, melt some ice. Is there,
My goodness!
Is this ice all frozen over thickly enough that we can walk on it?
It is, yeah.
Okay, and can I see if there's any place where the bones are closest to the surface? So that we'd have to dig down the least far?
Yeah, it would be the wings that were outstretched the moment they kind of thawed, or froze even.
Okay.
This is gonna take some time, I think.
You have a light up your hands or whatever it is that you do to light.
I'll start with something small. See what how this is gonna work.
I should be able to help as well.
I will produce flame and hit a piece of ice with just the cantrip. See if it does much of anything.
I'll hit the exact same spot as well.
At the same time, the firebolt and produce flame. Okay. You can both roll to hit.
I wish I could. Oh, I gotta fix my
yeah.
macro.
No,
Gosh,
the macro requires
target now.
Target,
Yeah, you can't just cast a spell anymore. I don't.
Not from your sheet either. I'm not sure what that setting is. I'll need to fix that. Because I've not had that same problem the other game, so it's probably a setting I'll need to catch.
You said roll to hit?
Yeah.
Okay. D20 plus
proficiency
7.
plus modifier.
Yeah, 7.
I'm just gonna roll a charisma.
You rolled 1.
Yeah.
You missed the ice.
You did.
Oh, yeah.
That's plus 3 as well, so 14.
Okay. So, Ember, your produce flame kind of skirts the edge of this and then almost immediately extinguishes. And obviously it must be incredibly cold in here. But Tanner, you have a much more kind of like direct attack with a fireball. You're kind of making a precision strike. And as it pings off the ice, it does leave a dent. In fact, it cracks a portion and melts it as well as you do that. However, as soon as that happens...
That's what I was afraid of. I was going to ask if there were consequences to this.
There's always consequences. But as minor as they can be, this particular occasion, you suddenly hear a hissing sound. It is loud, it is sharp, and it is coming right from above your head, Nissa.
Oh, that's...
Nissa!
Nissa just turns and looks up.
A bit of drool falls onto her shoulder, and she looks up in slow motion.
You suddenly see a long, winding serpent creature flare up its fangs, and as it lowers, you see that it is sprouting a pair of feathered wings as it does.
Thank fuck.
Oh, no.
Its fangs are like jagged icicles, and its eyes open wide. Reptilian slits observe you.
It's
Oh,
okay,
God,
it's
that
not,
thing's bloody huge.
it's not a spider. We're okay.
It is a huge creature, and it suddenly darts around past you, Nissa, and positions itself in exactly the same place in which you just struck with a firebolt, Tana. Flares up its wings, almost as if like a cobra flares out its hood, and it shows it off its fang to everyone.
Dragon! I start running.
Uh,
I guess we're in this.
Ember, don't move.
I'm gonna have-
By any chance, did it just get super
Whoa.
defensive over?
It looks like it did coil around that section, such that its scales kind of protect in a ring around it. Yes.
Okay.
And Tanner, it would be your go. If you're doing anything in this particular.
So
We'll go in initiative order.
I'm going to hold my action for if it lunges at us. However, I'm going to turn to Grizz and say, that thing was protecting the ice as soon as we struck it. Are you able to try and communicate with it?
What are we talking about? What?
Use your forest tongue.
Tongue, forest of the tongue. Yes, I'll try. I don't understand it right now, though. Either way, it's sort of hovering back and forth.
Just
You're holding your action.
yeah.
To...
I'm gonna keep my sword sheathed, but like I don't want to seem like a threat per se.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna try and like back away, just like hold my arms outstretched.
Okay, Ember, what do you do?
It's kind of just holding its position. It hasn't lunged at any of us. Like it seems to be. Does it look like it's preparing to?
Like a snake kind of does. Gets closer with its mouth, sort of gesturing, but not actually going fully for a strike.
All right, I will.
But is it sort of keeping its coils ready to pounce, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Yeah,
It is
okay.
coiled
Dragon!
around in a ring.
Dragon!
It's not a
5
dragon.
to 15, 20. And I'll duck behind Tanner, and I will take the dodge action. Tanner as a
Okay.
heal.
And Nissa, what do you do?
Nissa just sort of stares at this thing. Does it seem to be able to see Nissa?
Oh yeah, 100%. It came down past you, and it does sense you. Yeah.
Okay. Nissa's just. Can I roll to see if I know what this creature is? Because it's a fade up
Ooh,
creature.
you can certainly try. Roll a Arcana check with disadvantage.
It's alt for disadvantage, right?
Yeah. No, it's
Oh.
control.
Oh, it actually just asked me which I wanted to roll with. But,
Okay.
no.
Okay. You do not know what this thing is. It looks like a serpent, and you are in the Sidewinder Burrow, which means you're bound to encounter all kinds of serpentine-like creatures. You've already encountered eelhounds, behears, now this. Are you worms as well? If you're starting to sense a theme, it's because it was deliberate. But this thing must be one of the many altered creatures from the Primordial Mud that have wound up here. Though feathered wings, that is something astonishing you've never seen. They almost look angelic because they're kind of white and icy. Okay.
Nissa's going to try to just address it in Sylvan and just be like, can you understand me?
Yes.
Oh.
You're protecting the ice?
Be gone.
Can I ask why you're protecting the ice?
You feel this voice inside your head, by the way, Nissa. It's not speaking in Sylvan, but it is a sibilance echoing through your mind. It's using telepathy.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
and it says, the voice is filled with like anger and an emotion. It says,
Oh, that's out of my head.
"You desecrate these bones with your fire. Do not disturb his resting place.
Who is he?
He is mine." And
Did
they
you
say
he's
that-
yours?
Yeah, he is mine, and they say it not in a possessive way, but in a more. You roll an insight check, actually, Nissa. You can all roll insight, in fact, because you're being spoke to telepathically. Because
Oh,
This
Nissa's
is-
got no fucking clue.
yeah, everyone can hear. it, right?
But if it's what I think it is, then that makes sense.
Okay. And the others? Hmm.
Ooh. Sorry.
Fighters, keepers. Oh, sorry.
14.
Yeah. So there's a sense that it's not talking about it as if it's like treasure that it's guarding. It not like a material worth. There seems to be a little bit more of a personal connection, like a bond with it.
Right. Nissa, can you ask it if... Can you tell it we're looking for ancient bones to cure a curse, and ask it if there's some other ancient bones, maybe bones of the enemy or something that...
Well, it's not speaking in Sylvan, so I think it
Right.
probably understands you. But excuse me, do you have a name I can call you by? Because just not as calling you big winged snake seems a bit rude. I'm Nissa, by the way.
It speaks a long drawn out name. Sizusi.
Seas or sea.
Yeah. We apologize for disturbing the bones. We are seeking ancient bones in order to break a curse, in order to hunt down some aberrations who are disturbing much more than just these bones. We are more than happy to leave and search for other bones, but if you have any idea where some would be, we would appreciate that greatly.
Roll a persuasion check, Nissa.
Charisma. Such a
Great
great
choice.
stat for me. It's not bad.
Not bad.
I will bend luck on that one.
Okay. Wanna
Yeah,
pump
good
it?
idea.
Fuck.
30. Okay. It seems to finally close its icy jaws, and so it doesn't seem as menacing as it did before, but it is remaining guarded, and its head rears up such that it's higher than the rest of you, and it is a huge creature, easily as big as the thing beneath the ice, and its wings sort of fold back slightly. Bones in the Fey Dark? Unlikely.
Yes, that was the only reason why we even thought to disturb these bones, because we thought there would be unlikely to find any others.
These are only here because I preserved them.
Well,
We can use a sniff. Not a big deal.
What?
A sniff. See the dog there, the wolf. Yeah, he needs to just smell the bones. We'll be out of here. No big deal. No more fire for you. Just
Keep your nosy mutts away.
nosy rats. He needs to smell it, otherwise we can't destroy the operations.
Why do you preserve the bones? What does it mean to preserve the bones?
It is my charge to protect. At least it was.
It
The
was.
See all
heads
those
of
big ugly
lower-
giants wandering around? That's kind of our that's our charge right now, and in order to deal with them, we kind of need our dog here to have a sniff.
It's at this point, Dana, I'd like you to make a Arcana or even a religion check if that's better for you.
Sure. Let me just check.
You can do so flat.
Sorry, Arcana or religion?
Yeah, your choice. The way it talked about a charge to protect something almost sounds like an oath, like a paladin would take.
They're both shit.
Oh god, it's paladin giant snake.
I'll quickly roll my religion, and very quickly for you, Derek. Super speedy. Go settings, configure settings.
Setting.
Yep.
Yep.
Settings, configure
Configure
settings,
settings.
module settings.
Yep.
Scroll down to MIDI QOL
Yep.
and untick enable role automation support, and then
Okay.
save changes.
God, thank you.
No worries. Give that a whirl.
Yeah,
Should be
that'll
it.
do it.
God bless the Foundry Discord.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, cool.
But yeah, I rolled a 5.
Yeah, not great. That's as much as I can say. As it sounds like something a paladin would undertake, right? An oath, a sacred charge. That's as much as you can ordain from that, I'm afraid.
Perfect.
yeah. The thing is, there's just a bunch of I'm sure you've noticed ugly Fomorians wandering about, and we're here to screw them up, and in order to do so, our dog needs a sniff. So if you could please kindly, we're on a tight schedule here.
It says the
And there's a lot of worms around here too. You should probably
Okay.
deal with them.
the affairs of mortals are of none of my concern.
Well, I'll find a way to make them your concern. And we're here right now, and we're mortals, and you're concerned. So I beg to differ.
Is that a threat?
Why, that's whatever you want it to be.
Ember, remember
Please.
what happened last
Oh, this is
time.
nonsense!
Okay,
Why is everyone so
I cover
difficult?
his mouth. I cover his mouth.
You
Ember.
suddenly see a sheen over all the scales as it does whisper a spell to itself, and a protective aura of shimmering ice-like scales go all over its body.
Okay.
Nissa considers things for a moment.
Oh my goodness.
Apologize. Sizuze, is there anything we could do for you in order to trade for a sniff of these bones? Something
looks-
that perhaps we can help you with.
It squints its eyes towards you, Nissa. And turns back round to the others as well, sort of gauging you all, inspecting every one another, like every one of you.
Nissa,
like-
to be polite, will float over to the others so that it can look at us all rather than having to keep turning, because it makes it in Nissa's head like I'm trying to be sneaky when Nissa's not. Nissa's trying to be diplomatic because she don't want to fight no giant snake.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what she's here for.
Ember is
Which-
getting very angry.
Which court do you serve, Fairy?
I serve the court of Queen Una.
Spring. Hmm. How is their relations with the court of Winters?
That is a damn good question that I should know the answer to, but I got. Actually, Nissa might not know, considering she's been down here a while. But would
It's
Nissa
true.
know?
The court between seasons is tenuous at best, but winter is most notoriously the well. Let's just say they give them. Usually, people give them the cold shoulder because
Yeah. Is Winter's the one that's ruled over by Mab, right? Am I
By who?
remembering that right? Mab? the name for some reason. I'm thinking, isn't that like there's like Titania's like the summer one, and then there's like an equivalent for winter.
Yeah, effectively. And then there's
because there's like the queen, there's the one to become queen, and then the one to become like the queen mother or something, like above the queen.
It's not something I've delved into heavily in my campaigns, but it seems the creature here is now at least referring to them, and it speaks. But again, it says, I assume that relations are not well.
They are not as well as they could be, but the courts have different views, and it would be odd if we were all the same. So,
It sort of begins to eye you up again. You say you're at war at this moment.
yes, with the Fomorians, we are trying to stop them getting to the Feywild above.
And it would be unreasonable to ask you to search for my queen?
Is she in the Feydark?
This is where I've been searching. Seemed the last place she could be.
Well, we are planning to travel through, and there are a couple of places we need to go, so we shall keep our eyes open for her, and if we see her, let her know where you are.
Have you seen the others? Have you seen Oberon? King of Autumn.
I looked to the rest of the party because they may have. I haven't for a while.
We have not seen King Oberon, I think.
We have seen Lord Nathan.
I'm a Squirrel King!
Oh no, we don't want to deal with him. He's obsessed with getting some guy's wedding ring.
See. Perhaps he is missing as well. The kings and queens
That's terribly unfortunate!
have been
Quiet
missing
temper.
for some time. They have been missing. Searched down here to no avail. It cost my mate his life.
How long have they been missing?
It thinks for a moment and then says, for at least a full moon cycle.
Yasuo just sort of raises an eyebrow at this because that isn't, considering this is the Feywild, that's probably an insane length of time.
That is. It is a long period of time. But the courts don't talk every day with each other. It is known that Oberon has not been seen in a long time, and usually he does go between courts. And it was common knowledge that after the death of Titania, he took over and began doing his own thing. But if he's gone missing like Court of Winters, then that's a little bit concerning.
Who is the Queen of Winter?
They didn't say.
Yeah.
Do we know who the Queen of Summer is?
The Queen of Summer was Titania, but has been taken over by Oberon, technically.
Titania, unfortunately, perished. They died a long time ago.
So Oberon controls both summer and autumn.
Effectively, yeah.
Okay.
But the summer court was, largely kind of dispersed when that happened, which set things out of balance. Oberon is trying to preserve that balance, but he also goes in between the material and and the Feywild as well. So he actually kind of walks both. He's almost like an emissary between both worlds as well. But not much is known about him. He kind of does go back and forth between people. So, last you heard, by the way, Titania was poisoned. She was effectively assassinated or murdered, perhaps. But he's still trying to track down the ones responsible. But anyway, this back to the thing at hand. This creature is clearly unable to ask you to go searching, but and it seems a shame that you don't have any clues. In fact, that's probably what they'll say. We do not have any clues. Any sightings.
Nissa thinks about this to see if she maybe heard anything and have a raise to the Feywild above, or any whispered conversations down here, perhaps. I don't know if she would have heard anything.
I don't think so. No, not this far. In fact, Winter Court is it's purposefully secluded from the other courts, and so I don't think you would have found any clues up till this point.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we have contacts. Perhaps there's a way that we can find out.
I can try speaking to Una when I get back above ground, if that's any help.
You're a long way from ground.
Yes. For now. We intend to go back eventually.
But for now,
While
we
we're
are
here.
searching for the darkest place in the Feydark, and the new leader of the Fomorians.
It was my charge to protect. I cannot leave this place. Not so long as this charge is in place.
And it was
More
your
owls,
queen, and
great!
it was your queen who gave you this charge?
Yes.
Is there a condition upon which your charge would end? Protect this place until something?
Or is to protect Sarish. And she gestures down towards
Just protect
the
them.
ice,
That's
the
it.
bone. Yeah. I have failed my charge, and yet my charge has yet not ended.
Were you meant to be here for a certain amount of time, or until a particular event happens? Or is it like everything else and it's until tomorrow?
As you say that, Tano, it does almost, it feels like that kind of pact that can't be broken. And Nissa, you would know about Fey pacts and how they kind of work.
Yeah.
They're very literal, and although it's very obvious that Sarish is long dead, it doesn't mean that they are not to stop protecting them. Protect them in death, protect their bones. They are held by that pact,
Yeah.
even if they are dead.
Nissa considers this.
Well, as a paladin of devotion, Tanner knows.
Yeah. What's the exact wording of your charge?
It starts to think back. It says, to protect Sarish through the adventuring of the Underdark, the Feydark, we are to find the Queen of Winters. But that was his charge. His charge was to find the Queen. Mine was to protect him.
Well, hang on now. Here's the thing. Our wolf here, is pretty good at finding things. He just needs to give him a sniff. He goes by scent.
If you do that, you would mean breaking the ice. Preserves him.
Nah, he's clearly already dead. Like, let's be realistic here.
Things do not die in the Feywild.
I beg to differ.
Fey do not die, you naive individual.
The hands just ever so slightly light up flame. Ever so slightly.
Is there any way, as my friend says, the dog only requires a sniff of a bone, not to damage it, or to break it, or to take it? Would that be an acceptable trade in exchange for helping Sarish on his quest? We are happy to work with you, but... well, there is a reason why we came here.
You can roll a persuasion check as well, Daya.
Can I get in on that?
Very persuasive.
Some assistance for her?
Yeah,
That's
what are you
6.
saying to assist then, Ember?
Well, I that's me saying I just need a dog to have a sniff
Yeah,
because he can then locate your
Yeah.
queen, kind of thing.
Okay.
Trying to
okay.
imply that it might help. I'm kind of lying because I know that's not true,
A mutual
right?
benefit. Sort of
because
thing.
I know that's not true, but I don't give a shit. I'm just trying to convince
Okay.
this creature that
The funny thing is about that, actually, I don't think I can. I'll tell you what.
I know
if
it
you roll
only
a deception
aberrations,
check-
but
Roll a deception check. If you beat the DC, then if you beat the insight check, then I'll consider disadvantage.
Come
Alright,
on.
sure. Kind of deceitful, but that deceitful.
Oh yeah, that's no.
Okay.
Yeah,
They want to reveal
roll.
that. It is a 21. They turn to you and they say,
Oh,
"Yeah,
okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
it does." And yeah.
Yeah.
They
I
say,
didn't
"I
see anything,
cannot
I don't know what-
hide lies."
What lies? The dog is a tracking dog.
Yes,
Yeah, this is a
not
waste of time.
for Fae.
Oh, wait.
Instead, it is for aberrations. You cannot help Teresa's quest. It is not your charge. But it looks around towards you, Tanner, and says, Fae do not die. They simply return. Their essence rises. Their essence falls. It turns to Nissa. This is one whose essence is rising. Mine is one that is falling. And this, it gestures towards the bones, is one who is frozen.
Let's see.
May I ask a silly question from one who knows little of the Fae? When Sarish rises again, will it be with these same bones or a different body?
They may
Are
rise
they-
flower. They may rise as a giant.
I
The
see.
energy is repurposed into another creature, another living thing. If they were truly living to begin with. The Fae are essence. The Fae are energy. We do not go to an afterlife. We simply are rebirth. Cycle of nature.
Is that why bones do not last here in this place?
Precisely.
Then why do you guard the bones?
Because my queen told me to protect Sarish. It is not a pact I can break.
No, I do understand that.
Hmm.
And you're searching for your queen.
Sarish was, yes,
And what is your queen's name?
the Queen of Winters.
The Queen of Winters. Well, but we don't know. Is it rude to say the name?
Yes, for your kind it is.
For us. Okay.
This
Fair
is
enough.
this is more of a condition of this place, it seems.
Nissa considers this as a thing. Based on what they said and how the Fae work, and this is just me spitballing, would it be reasonable to say that by protecting the bones, in a way they're no longer protecting because they're breaking that natural cycle?
Yes, in a way. Yeah, they are. But
Yeah,
they're also
so-
torn between having that Fae pact.
Yeah. So,
How good's your persuasion?
not very good, but Nissa's going to consider this.
Tanner,
Alright.
how's your persuasion?
My persuasion's pretty good.
My queen has many enemies. She dare not give out her name, lest someone use it against her.
Are we actually looking to find out her name?
No, more, well, I don't know, for my part, I'm more looking for, if we're looking to find this person, how do we know when we found them? How would
Okay.
we know if there are any
Um,
clues to lead
yeah.
them to us if we actually
Okay.
don't even know her name? Like,
Perhaps if there's anything that she goes by, if it's an insult to us to call her by her name, does
a
she,
title or
apart from my queen.
It is
There-
not your charge to find her.
But of
No.
course, you and I are almost one of the same. We are protectors of the Greaters. I at least share that respect with you.
He looks down at you and seems to almost give a nod of respect.
If there's any way that we are able to assist while we're on our journey here, then by all means.
Well, hang on now. We can't,
Is there a way that I can cast silence? No, I'm joking.
I'm really busy here.
We are not promising necessarily that we are going to find them, but as we're going through anyway, we
Yeah.
can keep our eyes and ears open.
I do not
And-
I cannot be held responsible for any of these charges. This is not my problem.
But
Yes,
we're also not
it's not-
making a pact, Ember.
No.
Be careful, Tanner. These things are tricky. They'll trick you. They'll trick you with
I
them.
do
You
not
don't think you're making a pact. You're making a pact.
I do not expect you to.
Amber, is there a direct link between your brain and your mouth and you're just missing the filter? Because honestly, you need to think sometimes.
Nissa! Not now! Not now! You're embarrassing me.
You're embarrassing us all.
No. Listen. You gotta think sometimes. It could be. We could agree to something we don't want to do. I don't want to fight any fairy queens or anything. I don't want to fight about
And
fairies.
it's like, Nissa just sort of looks and goes, you do realize I'm a Fae. I know how Fae packs work, right?
I'll reach into my bag and I'll pull out a gold coin from my coin purse and just hand it to Ember.
I slap it. Don't need your cock.
It is. Now, yeah, I understand Ember's frustration in it being completely illogical to protect someone's bones because they were ordered to protect them. It's obvious that they are not going to be able to do much more, and they've effectively trapped themselves here. because they can't leave, and Cerise can't
But
reincarnate.
it's very much
How-
like
Nissa is
However-
going to try to make the argument.
They don't give two hoots about logical arguments.
Mhm.
It's all about words, and if they've been told to do that, then that's what they're going to do.
But Tanner also understands this because not only being somebody of a religious pact per se, but also from a military standpoint, you see guards protecting monoliths or
they're
not
following
monoliths, what they called monuments where names of the fallen have been inscribed. It's like, why are they protecting a random rock with names written on it?
Yeah.
It's the meaning behind it. It's not.
Yes.
Ember gives two shits. Doesn't give two shits.
And it's why we
Tanner's
have
trying to explain this to Ember. He's trying to break through. It's like just taking it down the level. It's
So-
like royalty is one thing, that's fine, but you got to respect what's underneath. Sorry, I can't find the words for Tanner, so I'm trying to explain how he's trying to piece it together with Ember.
Yeah.
As time is passing here, my patience is dwindling. The flames in my hand are getting a little bright.
Nissa will try speaking to our good friend.
While, While Nissa and Tanner are trying to talk to this, to the ice creature, I'm gonna try and distract Ember a little bit and just go like, we're trying to make it not attack us right now. So if you could just calm down. This is a situation where we want to get away from this without being attacked, right?
This creature
This
doesn't
creature
give a shit.
has a big bite, and is probably pretty powerful. You just almost died, so let's
This
just.
creature's failed its oath once, Gaia. And if
Well-
with me here, it'll fail its oath again if it doesn't help us.
That's what they're working on. Leave the diplomacy to the Fae and the Paladin, right? This is not our area.
I mean,
You
look
gotta
at
know your
Gaia.
strengths.
Shoot a look at the
You gotta know your strengths.
Quadia.
Yep.
Flashes its icy fangs back at you.
Oh, do we know what it is now?
Well, I do, but Ember doesn't. Ember still thinks it's some kind of stupid dragon or some winged dragon. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know
to
what
be
it is.
perfectly
I'm a
honest,
DM.
it isn't that. It's just this is a great stat block for it. So
So
Quackles
whatever it
are
is,
amazing creatures
yeah.
anyway.
if anything, instead of it being a celestial Coatl, yeah, it's a Fey variant which I've created.
Because you're a madman.
I really want to go and stroke it. It looks so fluffy.
So
Well, to earn
Nissa
it.
looks at this creature and is just like, it's have and just trying to think how to phrase this. Your oath was to guard your mate as they searched through the Feydark.
Yes.
By preventing them from reincarnating, would you not consider that as perhaps stopping you being able to protect them? In a way? Because you are not allowing that natural cycle to continue, which is part of who they are.
The eyes kind of shift left to right, weighing your words heavily. It's against the nature of Fae to do exactly what you're saying. You can. Do you want to add anything more to that?
Just trying to think, is there anything I could add? And your oath was to guard them whilst they search the Feydark. They can no longer search the Feydark, thus would your oath technically not have ended in that regard anyway?
Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, God.
That is literally like pretty much perfect. And the dice support you. You have a 19. It suddenly rears away from the ice, just so that it can look down upon the frozen head it starts to kind of brush it away with its tail, and so that it can get a clearer image of the skull. The fangs are still there, clenched. Its body sort of sinks down. Its wings kind of stretch out across the ice. It's almost formed in a similar posture to the way the ice is frozen her bones, her mate's bones. They kind of form almost a symmetrical pattern in the ice. You hear it whisper something, but it's inaudible from this distance, but you can just about hear the sibilance in the air. It then flies up and into the air. As it does, you see snowflakes kind of falling down from its wings. You speak truth. This charge has indeed ended. Thus, so has mine. It turns to you, Tanner. You're a religious order. Who do you serve? Tanner?
Sorry. I missed.
She says, you serve a religious order.
That
Who?
I do. Raziel.
I have heard great things from the Secret Keeper, the right hand of God.
Oh.
Yes, we've all heard great things, but unfortunately we haven't heard them for a while now.
He is missing?
He has been for how long would you say about this time? Oh God,
Yeah.
I mean probably a day here.
You'd say about a month, right?
I'd say roughly.
Yeah. Which
Roughly.
funnily, yeah, which as it happens is what is known as a full moon's cycle.
Oh, okay. So in fact, do I know that would be?
Yeah. They would judge that
Okay.
by that as well.
So roughly one cycle here.
Then you and I are much the same. You're charged in finding them, yes?
I am. Or at least finding out what happened to him.
They say that the Feywild is a mirror of your world. A reflection of sorts. It is not too far-fetched to assume that a missing deity in your world would equate to a missing archfey in mine.
Oh, that's a fucking dilemma.
Yeah.
Why would
What
No,
is that?
that makes complete sense. So,
Tanner
Wow.
kind of looks turned around at this. And then we'll look to the others just wide-eyed.
What? Hey, you worship a fee? God damn it! I don't understand.
Well, what they're saying is if we potentially find the missing deity here in the Feywild,
And you will, or if you find your deity, then you will have found my queen.
yes.
Ah,
Much
for
is the
fuck's
same.
sake!
Essentially, Ember just and Dire.
I know I gotta do this! I know!
Everything that happens in one of the three main planes of the material, the Shadowfell, and the Feywild generally
what?
reflects some.
Ah.
But
Shadowfell!
Thus, by helping you, I potentially help this world as well. If you
Yes.
finish your quest, are you then to seek out your deity?
That would be my next steps. I mean, that's my overall goal, after all.
You kind of
You
have
see
to for
the-
the Markovs, too.
The
That's the
creature
thing.
rises.
It is our common goal. Yes.
The creature
Spring.
rises right up to you, Tanner,
I
and
back up.
it's going to cast Detect Thoughts on you.
Okay.
And may I beseech the truth in your words?
But of course,
Okay. They will probe deeper into your mind.
the first thing they see is don't boop, don't boop,
Yeah.
don't boop, don't boop.
After which they can confirm that you are not lying, and the Fae nods again out of respect.
You, of course, see Tanner's secondary goal.
It turns its back to all of you and says, "You may free Surish from his charge." Seems like to face away from you guys. Doesn't want to. Maybe doesn't want to watch.
I'll turn to the rest of them and give a nod. And I'll stand over, draw my blade, and to cut through this, I can use Holy Weapon? Maybe.
You can try. I mean, that's a lot. Holy weapon? Do you mean like the actual spell, holy weapon?
I was actually thinking of...
you've
in fact,
got
maybe
Holy
not
Weapon,
with Tanner, because... Well, in fact, no, I'll take a step back and just say, like, cool, blast it.
And,
I was-
unless you've got Searing Smite prepared.
Oh, Ember.
I...
You can finally do your thing, Ember.
Oh, I do actually have it prepared. I do have
Nice.
Syrian
That
Smite.
literally covers
As-
your sword in fire.
As these fools are arguing amongst themselves, Amber, with his hands now in a firm blaze, kind of looks at Nissa. You will learn to respect the flames. You will not insult me or my family.
Dia's just
And
gonna
anger.
keep a hand on Ember's elbow and just try and keep him calm. Like, it's okay, buddy. You're doing great. Super nice.
Shake it
Everybody's our friend here, right?
Push
Common
through.
goals.
Push through Tanner. Push up one more space. Look back at Nissa. Towards the ice. I hate the cold.
Then
And
burn it away. my-
Level
Burn it away.
4 wall of fire emerges.
Oh,
Flames
God.
like you've never seen before
Jesus.
come from Ember's hands and ignite the entire cavern as a massive wall of fire.
Are you trying to hit them as well?
No.
okay.
I'm trying to make a circle, like a ring
Oh, I
around,
get you. Yeah.
kind of right on the edge of where I am, facing inwards to not burn myself or Dia.
Hmm.
And I just glare at Nissa the entire time as the ice would hope would begin to melt as I focus on the wall of
Immediately.
fire.
100%.
Burning.
Immediately, everyone
Yeah.
sees the ring of ice is just thawed away at the extreme heat of this spell.
Entire time, the anger and emotions of anger and flame are focused on as this takes place. As
Okay.
he is very much sick of being insulted by this creature.
All right. You know what? Let me drag on some fire.
I don't know how to delete this thing. This,
It's alright, I got it.
this-
No,
There you
mine's
go.
better.
Thanks.
Is it? Is it there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be about that size. Yeah, just blazing inferno
Mm.
that hopefully also maybe dries up some of the water. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. I won't let myself
100%.
fall into the water though. Certainly not do that.
Disco
It's
Inferno.
a controlled flame, and so you kind of almost just saw this perfect circle out of it. And yeah, the bones are visible underneath. Although there's so much fire that you've actually charred some of it as well.
Problem.
Alright.
After a minute of this madness, yeah, that's kind of what's going on here. What is it? A minute? Yeah. The flames in Ember's hands will extinguish, and he'll put them to his forehead, and then just kind of bring them back and look at Nissa. Don't doubt me. And I will step back and allow the dog to come have a sniff.
Kane doesn't even need to get that close. With the charred bones lifting out into the air, the smell is incredibly strong. These ancient bones, you have no idea how long they've been like down here for, but they seem ancient enough. At least the creature is ancient. That much is true. Calling you guys mortals almost sounds like they have this kind of immortal life. The bones are I was like inspected by Kane. As he kind of like sniffs around on them, he goes over to one of the wings and like bites into it. And immediately as he does, his eyes kind of go wide. And Grizz is like, "Is it doing it? Are you working, boy?" And then
What's happening, Chris?
Grizz even gets down on all fours and starts sniffing the bones as well. And immediately Kane is wide-eyed as it does seem like his sense of smell is restored, but not just because he's sniffing the bones, but you see the kotal here is rising up. There's this iridescent sheen over their fangs, and their tail whips out and touches Kane on the nose and casts Greater Restoration.
Oh,
Ooh.
And
Is that the frozen one or the live one?
the live
that did
one.
that?
The live one.
The live one just did that.
Yes,
Okay,
indeed.
interesting.
Restoring his old dogged nose. He is fully back to aberration hunting material. And Kane immediately like looks around, sniffing the air. He seems much more excitable, whereas before he's kind of slow and dopey. Now he's like really excited. He kind of goes around, looks up at you guys, comes over and licks Tanner's armor, and then he comes over to the kotal almost to like thank them. And the kotal just sort of coils and gives a low hiss, and then Kane kind of settles down and then does like a slow approach, and then just bows their head instead. And then Kane sort of backs away across the ice, and then looks at you, Nissa, with these wild eyes, these eyes of a predator.
yes, let's go. Let's go, Kane.
Okay. And Kane is no longer a follower. He actually leaves before you guys do. Now seems like you guys are following Kane. As he immediately
Oh,
starts
shit.
sniffing the ground, sniffing the air.
Is that good? Is that what we want? Are we...
I'm assuming so. He's a tracker, so
Okay.
he's going to be
Stick
straight
together,
up.
stick together.
I will give I'll turn and give a deep bow to the quackle.
I will do the same.
So I wish you luck.
Nissa
will do
will give a
nothing.
smart military salute.
It gives a little salute with its own tail. And as it comes over to you, Tanner and Daya, it will give you. Let me just check if this is concentration or not. I don't think it is.
Oh, by the
Okay.
way, just a little FYI, if the quackle dug deep into Tanner's brain, he'd probably see the fear he has for the shield he possesses. Just
Oh,
FYI.
okay.
Mm.
Noted. I can't tell if this is
I
concentration.
completely forgot about that, but that is
What is
definitely a big
Protection
impact.
from poison.
I cannot remember.
I think it is.
Um,
But it's gonna brush its wings across you, Tanner.
no, it's not.
Isn't it?
Nope.
Really?
Why not?
Yeah. It's not a concentration spell.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Kind of like
So-
Death Ward, I think.
Perfect. All right then. In that case, the wings brush both of you, Tanner and Dyer, and for a moment it feels like you're being kind of what's the word, like encompassed by the wings of an angel. But the cold sensation seeps into your body and provides this sort of protection inside your body. Like it kind of steals your constitution against this poison. And it says this as it casts it. It says, "Be careful what you touch down here. There are many poisonous fungi. It is the least I can do."
Thank you for your warning.
And we
you
appreciate your gift.
And you can do this on Grizz as well, actually. So 3 people can have this.
I just realised we both pretty much told it to go and fuck itself.
Yeah, almost.
Oh no.
In fact, as you say that, it
Oh no, wait.
No, no, that's not what I said. That's not the implication there. I assumed it wouldn't be coming with us, but it'd be welcome.
No.
In fact, I'll say that. I'll say we are going further into the tunnels. I don't know what we will find there. If you're still searching, you might wish for some company. If not, we understand, but it seems many of our quests seem to align. And a help from someone as powerful as you, a companion as powerful as yourself, well, I won't deny it would be an advantage.
There definitely wouldn't be a better companion than a BAS.
Yup.
Big ass snake.
Big ass anything, really. I'm not picky at this point. These giants are not goofing around.
Nice.
Roll a persuasion check, because I'm unsure whether it would or not myself.
That's not a strength that they have. Okay.
Am I assisting?
I'm going to say one of you can do this. Just one of you.
Oh, I can do it.
Okay, you do it, Tanner. Definitely you.
Okay.
I have,
One
I think,
roll.
negative persuasion.
Because I'm unsure whether this would work.
It's alright, natural 20 incoming.
Wow. Good.
Yes.
It turns and says,
Yes.
"Give me 1 second,
1.
if you would please." And it sort of looks down at the bones.
All right.
Oh, of course.
I'm gonna-
I'll usher Dyer and Grizz to back up.
Yep.
Just kind
Yep.
of give
We're
space.
gonna back up out of that area.
I want to see what happens.
No, shh.
It looks pretty.
Shush.
As you are leaving, you see that the wings spread out once again. These snowflakes flitter down towards the bones, and you see the bones start to change shape. They go from that charred, blackened color to crystalline white, as you realize the bones are slowly turning into ice, and the heat from the residual flaming wall melts the bones back into water. Well, from bone to ice, from ice to water, back into a natural element. That water then runs downstream, potentially to feed a plant or some sort of vegetation, which will then grow. The spores will spread, and the cycle of this fey being will continue. And after it has done this, well, you guys have left, so you're kind of just waiting outside.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to move you guys around there for a moment. And let's see. Actually, what's the time? We'll go for a quick break if that's all good.
Okay.
Please and thank you. Wow, a lot there.
A lot going
Yep.
on there.
We'll be right back. See you soon when the party are back on the road. Now with an aberration hunting bloodhound. This is gonna be good.
Yes.
Oh boy, let's go.
And welcome back. The party have just exited the frozen lake, or at least what's frozen, until a blazing fire, intense enough to melt away and even char the bones of this ancient coatl, this fey being that was charged in finding a lost queen. So, they asked you to give them a moment whilst they saw to restoring their essence back into the fey world. And you just caught perhaps just a glimpse of the bones turning to ice to water. And as you wait patiently for them to come around the corner, you notice that little alleyway is a little bit maybe small for the creature to fit through, but you suddenly hear footsteps across the ice. Like they sound like boots against the frozen walkway.
Who's there? What the...
I look behind me.
They're coming from in front of you.
Oh.
Ah! There! Who's that?
Oh, Winter Eladrin.
Ooh, that's pretty.
At least the design looks like a Winter Eladrin anyway.
And
It
I
does,
will
yeah.
turn around and once again, just give a deep bow.
And I will give my salute.
So, shall we?
Wait! You're the dragon!
No,
I am. Yes.
Why are you following us?
they're joining us.
Mm-hmm.
They're what? No! Absolutely not! That's preposterous!
They are going to be
You-
accompanying us.
And you don't get to make that decision, Ember.
Is that going to be a problem?
Do you want to fight Fomorians by yourself, Ember? Or would you like the help of a formidable and immortal warrior?
A big ass fucking snake.
Big ass fucking snake. Interesting. Alright, sure. Dia Tanner. We can trust this one? Think. I don't know.
I think
Well, I
for the
don't know
moment
about
our
you.
goals will align.
I don't want to end up in an ice tomb, Tanner!
I trust them with my life.
Well, Tanner, then, I accept, alright, so Zeus, I am, Anderson DeBorn,
You're suddenly much more amicable.
No,
Now that you
no,
realize
I-
I'm not some monster.
do you find that surprising? Look, I don't want to end up in an ice tomb, okay? Listen, that's all I come in here, it's really cold in here, like,
Then you'd
the
best
winter is
work
not my
with
friend,
them.
I am a summer child!
Likewise, summer is the least of my holiday destinations.
You wouldn't last a day in Gaidia.
And you would not last a night in the court of winters.
Flames won't leave me, I'd be cold, but I'd be alright.
Just- Keep your distance, then. We
Yeah,
should not have
well-
any worries.
Well, my friends are, sound tragic characters, but you fuck with them, you saw what happened back there.
This questions everything we do. Yeah, I'm fine. Can you,
Don't fade
Can I
tricks!
walk up? Can I walk up to Suzuzi and just sort of say, will you tell me about Sarish? How far were they able to get in their quest to find the queen? What were they like?
Charisse was loyal. He was very shrewd. He had much faith as well. He believed that there was some fairy tale that held the secrets to their disappearance. I was much more pragmatic in my search, but he believed there was some secret to that long-forgotten tale.
Kind of fairy tale.
She gestures towards the other group and says, "Perhaps I shall tell you whilst we walk. Do not wish to hold up your impatient friends over there."
Oh yes.
Yes!
We will,
We've been at this too long already!
we will walk and talk.
Got it,
Pass the
guys.
time telling
Ain't no
tales.
way.
Yeah.
Just read these messages. Oh, dude, absolutely. Yeah, no. You're good.
Yeah, I didn't know that was
Okay.
going to go to you. I was just trying to message James, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It will message the GM regardless.
Okay, I did not know that. I will quickly cast message and point at Tanner as Suzuze walks in front of me and say, Tanner, eyes on that one at all times.
Well, I've got to trust in somebody to watch my back.
Okay.
Fair point.
So, into the dream.
Yes, let us continue.
Let us continue. Which
Let
way
us
did
return to the dream.
I mean, would it help, Ember, if you had a safe word for if you feel uncomfortable in this situation with them?
I don't need a safe word, Tanner. Oh, wait, you messaged me that back?
Oh, no, I don't have message. I just kind of say it under my breath.
I just kind of look at him like, shut up! Jeez. Here's you!
What about save me?
I think that might be considered a bit racist.
Good point. Good point. Well made.
Everyone will just look at Tanner like kind of just a rare chuckle, and a little belch of flame just kind of pops from his mouth as he just laughs. I guess
Okay.
for his hand, like a little bit of flame flies up or something. I don't breathe fire. But chuckle.
I can imagine
I
just
have-
like a bit of ash and brimstone
Oh.
just kind of sputter.
There it is.
Oh my god, I saw the dice and I thought it was a token. I shit myself.
Something like coming out of the shadows.
Yeah.
Because
Surprise.
as Suzuze strides forward, there is suddenly another blue flashing light. And you hear her voice turn around and scowl. "Begone, slithering worm!" And you just see this kind of movement to a load of webbing in the distance. Yeah, she just got 26 on her wisdom save. She ain't affected by that.
Damn, son.
Oh, so
Let's go,
are
Tanner.
those lights actually to do with those big like worm things?
They are angler worms.
Oh, we
I
might
don't
want
think
One of them
that-
almost had me for breakfast.
rather unpleasant.
Hmm.
Yes, I'm glad we have a new ally. Hint, hint.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes. Someone who perhaps knows even more about the Fey Dark than I do.
Someone could be eaten instead of me.
I mean, well, maybe if you're a bit wiser, you wouldn't wander off.
I told.
You two behave.
We're turning this car around.
Nissa just chuckles and goes, "I'm just joking."
No response.
Okay.
Tanner, let's go! Come on!
Anyway,
I'm eating, Ember.
Reaching Ember? Oh god, no.
I'm eating, comma, Ember.
Fuck you too!
Reaching
so to say, would you happen to know where the darkest place in the Fey Dark is?
Sounds like a maddening place. I can only imagine. It's probably the deepest. She shrugs. Or maybe that's a riddle.
Always a riddle.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
take
I probably should have considered that, but I hadn't until this point, so...
Perhaps like darkest as like evilest or
Hmm.
Most
perhaps-
hidden, most unknown, most mysterious?
There's lots of ways it could be interpreted, I suppose. It's interesting.
Most evil? Does
Well,
Well,
I just
then-
call it a
Evil
chalice
here?
of the void that we're looking for. Perhaps something
Most
empty,
empty.
dark. Yeah.
Indeed, I was
Um,
thinking dark and empty, but if you
as
have
you
ideas.
begin exiting out of this location, you're of course following Kane, and he is sniffing out something aberrant. You know, you can only imagine. And it's about 50 or so feet by the time you get down this tunnel, when you hear a voice. Silly city headers, are you lost again?
Oh, not you, ma'am. What now? We're looking for the Penta Creek.
You're so impatient. You went off without me. I said I was going
Yeah.
to collect mushrooms.
Forgive us, we did not think you would be back. Or for quite some time. We thought we had time to make a little excursion.
You thought Rumsies.
Hmm.
And you see where he is. He's perched up high above you guys on a large toadstool. And he says, you know what going that way means?
Which way?
He points in the tunnel that you were going down.
We found some bones, so now our wolf leads to aberrant creatures.
Your wolf may be smart. He can follow a nose, but does he knows where he's going?
Chris, does he know where he's going?
He's sniffing, so I assume he's picked up on a scent.
There you go.
You hear the Maya Mal Min say, "You're going straight into the giant's territory."
I don't know that way.
Well,
Looking for a fight.
no,
Are we
we are
talking?
going...
Are we talking giants or are we talking giant spiders?
Fomorian.
Valid question.
Well, we do need to go to the Fomorians if we're going to do our job, so...
Kane, 1 second. Kane. Chris, stop him for a sec. Stop him! Mim, this is Suzuzi, dreadfully cold creature.
It turns and looks not as good a guys as me. I can assure you of that.
Well, you've definitely proven a lot more friendly and warm. You'd be you know what? Yeah, shit. Full party, I guess. You want to come with us? Sure. Why not? Let's just bring the whole land of Midra down with us and go on towards the giants. My
Suzuki
goodness.
speaks up and says, "Do you have a map?"
We have a map? We don't have a map. We
Nope.
just know of.
We
We were
have
given a map by
Sersha?
the rogue and the priest.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you do have one.
yeah.
Are you showing it to them?
I think that Grizz has it in his backpack.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah, Grizz, show Mim.
Okay. There you go.
I know we have to go through the Penta Creek. I know that's kind of the how everything comes together around here.
Where you be's headings is Fomorian's territories. This see these? He
I see
points.
these. Yeah, I see these.
And judging from where you are going, it does look like you're heading into the back of it.
Do I know that Fomorians are aberrations? They are. Are they aberrations?
No,
No,
Yeah, what the hell is
but
that? So why would
but remember there was a intellect
brain?
devourer in one, and
Yeah,
they
that,
are very much aberrations.
so what do we do here?
Well,
Hmm.
one of the reasons we're down here is to kill the person in charge of the Moorings, who, if we're dealing with someone who makes insect virus, would be a mind flayer, which would be an aberration. So that's technically the right way.
So we're
Probably.
supposed to be seeking out the mind flayers, not necessarily the Fomorians, which makes sense because we want to avoid the Fomorians because they are bigger and hit harder.
Mim, I have some really bad news that you're not gonna like.
Go on.
Well, Mim, I know you like your mushrooms and your flowers and your greens and your greeneries. I know you like them as they are, but here's the thing. Something's going on down here, and some aberrations. Do you know what aberrations are? They are not natural, Mim. And then our dog here, our wolf, he finds them, and well, these Fomorians, they're not actually Fomorians anymore, Mim. They got brains in their brain. Walking brains.
May I seize that map again?
Sure. Chris?
You're forgetting the most important parties on this map. I shall draw it in for you. Mushrooms!
Oh no! I grab Grizz.
Oh, we gotta stop by there, guys.
No,
Yeah,
no.
maybe on the way back, Chris.
But Kane doesn't smell aberrations down there, so I doubt that is the correct way for us to go, unfortunately.
Perhaps that's where Daya's chalice is, and that's really the most important mission down here. Right, Daya?
Except
I
that
would
if
say-
except that if we don't deal with the Fomorian problem, even if you get the chalice of the voyage, you're not getting what you want.
That's true. The 2-for-1 special.
I
They're
do
both,
think they're equally important at this point, yes.
Well, we
Well.
do know one way that we have to go, so maybe,
Penta
Keep on
Creek
moving.
streams this way.
Further into the dark?
Yes, you.
Kane, do you smell anything down that way? I ask, hoping Kane can at least understand me.
Kane will take a sniff with advantage. Okay, so they got 20 effectively. So they begin sniffing and sniffing and sniffing and sniffing, and they get to the point where they feel like there's going to be something, and then it sort of tilts its head to the side, and then turns back, and then turns back again, and seems a little bit torn. But eventually, after this sort of back and forth, does end up going to the north entrance and sniffs and sniffs.
well, here's the thing. Look at the map, guys. This is the Fomorian camp right here.
Yeah.
Well, we're underneath.
So Chris, even though like this is northwest of us, this is actually
Mhm.
above us, right? Or is that how
It
like this
is.
is structured?
It is, and yeah, it is. Yeah.
So Ember would explain that and be like, we're underneath them now, so we can kind of sneak up, maybe come at up in a way that maybe through some kind of aqueduct or something, or if this Penta Creek leads there, then perhaps there's like some kind of aqueduct or some back entrance to this place, and we could maybe make a direct kind of. I'll kind of say to Nissa actually, since she's kind of the commander type. Explain that maybe this is a way to make a beeline using Kane's nose to get directly to the source of this. If we cut off the head of the snake,
If we cut off the head of the snake,
and I'll kind of grin at Suzuki,
then maybe we can deal with the problem in a nice, quick, and efficient manner.
Yes, that is the plan.
Well then, no time like the present.
Yes, you do raise a fair point, but if we go further down, like that. It seems that Kane, based on how Kane was acting, does it seem like there was a scent down there, but it's not as strong, for example?
Precisely.
Mim, this so the Penta Creek is down this way, you said, right?
That's right. Yep.
So does the Penta Creek loop and end up somehow in the Fomorian camp?
Penta Creek leads many places, many paths, to many locations.
And is the Fomorian camp one of them?
Possibly. I've not been to the Penta Creeks, not since that strange lightning creature emerged.
Okay.
The Hydras
Then,
used to live
yeah.
there. He points to here. This was the Hydra's lairs. Until that nasty Zapsies shows up. Then Hydra's move these. All the way downsies to there.
Down where the
Okay.
Penta Creek is?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. Do we know what this lightning creature was?
Trixies.
Yeah, I mean that the party. Well, Grizz and that half of the party did defeat them, but we don't know if that got rid of them all, I suppose. But well, we can at least head to the Penta Creek, and there's the potential that it will lead us up to the Fomorians, just at maybe a longer path, I suppose. But at the same time, I'd rather just take the just take the shortest route to the goal if we can.
Yeah, I'd prefer to stay dry. That would be wonderful.
And we don't know for certain if the Penta Creek is going to take us there. If we're putting this to a vote, I vote that we head north.
I think it's more up, Nissa, but yes, I would.
North and up.
Yeah,
It's an up.
same.
I'll second that. I don't want to go down to the Penta Creek just yet. I imagine we're gonna have to end up there anyways, but maybe we can. Well, listen to this. If we do go north, pardon me, then we could perhaps, if we're successful and we don't have to escape, then if we destroy the Fomorians, we won't be harassed by them while we search for the Chalice of the Void.
Certainly possible.
That works for me.
So perhaps that's how we're gonna have to do this. What do you think, Tanner?
Well, first of all, staying away from those mushrooms are going to be our best thing. Walking directly into a... which way did you say that he was pointing? Primarily.
South leads to the Penta Creek. North clearly leads into the Fomorian city.
Yeah, going
And that was
directly...
the way that Kane was pointing.
That's the way it smells aberrations, yeah. But it seemed like it smelt an aberration source this way, but then it went back to this one as if it smelt a stronger.
Wonder if our boy's down this way, or our ghost boy.
Yeah.
Gotherson.
I mean, I'm down to go down to the Penta Creek. Sorry, in fact, Tanner will say, I'm happier to go down to the Penta Creek first before even thinking about going anywhere near that city.
Well, we're going to have to go near that city regardless, as I would imagine if the Fomorians' new leader is anywhere, it will be there.
Of course, but we want to at least be... what do we want? Do we want to go in there now? Do we feel like we're well rested and strong enough?
Well, we're about as well rested as we're going to be for a while, at least I would imagine. if we go south and we run into danger, then we're potentially not going to be fit for the infiltration.
I can keep us fast, and Nissa can keep us quiet. We can get through there pretty well, I think.
Very well.
I will convert 2 level 2 spell slots into 4 sorcery points.
Nice.
Yeah. And
Very well then. If it has to be the Fomorian city, then, well, you know you'll always have my shield.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, you
Yeah.
know now you'll always have my shield.
Tanner, like I said, I can get us out of here if things go terribly wrong. You know I will.
how long does Nissa estimate that it's probably going to take us to get up to the Fomorian city from here?
Quite a while, though. It's more how much resistance is what will prove time consuming. Whether you are entering into a hostile zone that you need to constantly fight and rest through, that's really what's going to be time consuming. So yeah.
Our aim is still to get in quickly and quietly and leave quickly and quietly, right? Has that
Yeah.
changed at all?
We don't even have Candle Cliff marked on this map.
Well, by all means, Mim.
Yeah, feel free to mark it. Unfortunately, the Fey Dark isn't the most well-explored area, so at least not by military personnel, so any additional help would be helpful.
All right, they begin to highlight an area. Me's not been there in long times. Strange
And,
voices, strange sounds, but he is. They're gonna write on.
What kind of things you find down there?
Honestly,
Very
if
high. Not much fungus. Not interesting for me's, but it's very high. Strange light seas with wax. Candle Cliff.
honestly, if I'd been in the actual hut itself, anything with the word Candlem would be the last place I'd want to go.
That's true.
As someone who has been through the hut in another campaign, but
Let's move one. He says he doesn't seem to know much about it. He just knows that it is there, and he says that it's very high up. That there are strange, waxy lights and voices that he keeps hearing. Strange voices in the darks. They speak in maddening tongues.
That doesn't sound good.
Too many wordsies. Too many wordsies is all I remember.
Do you remember what they said?
That's what they said.
They said too many words?
You see Mim nod.
Very well. Well,
Nissa considers this and has a thing to see if that's like any creature she's heard of, because it sounds like a certain creature to me. Whether it sounds like that to Nissa.
What do you guess outside of that?
I mean, my initial guess is a gibbering mouther, because it sounds like it, like too much talking.
He reiterates. No, this thing said too many wordsies.
Too many words.
And I'm gonna say no. There is no check you can make that figures that out.
Yeah, that out of character. Nope.
I think Grizz could probably make an intelligence check to figure it.
Very high people. Very tall.
Yeah, let's stay focused here. We don't have to go there. I don't think. Not yet, at least.
If you want to check out
Susie, does that sound like any creature that you know? Tall, speaking too many words?
Sounds like someone has lost their marbles.
Well, yes.
But the,
Not helpful, but probably accurate.
Hmm.
if you wish, it sounds like a place to enter above the Fomorians, or this perhaps
That
an entrance
that
below.
that is. Hmm.
Hmm.
Coming in from above, we do have that spider climb scroll.
I can
We
also have two of us climb like spiders. That's a little
Hmm.
trick of mine.
And I can climb and fly naturally.
Spiders where?
Nope.
The thing is, with
There's
the
no.
Fomorian cities, you know that it is atop a massive underground lake.
Hmm.
So if you do come under, there is
We're
possibility
gonna be.
that you're going through that, or you don't know really what's on the backside of the city, or whether that's even the backside. It might even be the side.
Hmm.
The truth be told is, your guess is as good as any right now. Which
Yeah.
way to go? And
Does the Penta Creek lead to Candle Cliff?
how many times these must I say these? Penta Creek leads to many ways through many paths.
And how many times must I just. I'm a Fae, I shouldn't be that surprised by this, but at the same time, that's not technically a no or a yes.
5 times
I-
these then. 5 times these I tell you. No more, no
Fine.
less.
Fine. Right, well. If we come under, we're potentially going through water. If we go over, we may be able to get a view of things and be able to work out a route in from above. If that's an option, an aerial view would suit me better.
I think any route that doesn't include tunneling through a lake probably seems safer, but I
Yeah,
don't really
and-
know how the Feywild
and-
works.
Then let us head south to this Penta Creek, and we will see if we can head. We can see if we can use that to navigate to Candle Cliff and deal with what's there, and hopefully be able to get into the Fomorian camp from above.
All right.
That makes sense to me.
Anything to stay out of water.
Yes, we know you're afraid your candle will be put out. But Candle Cliff honestly sounds like a place you'd get on. You kind of look like a candle.
Before we get into that, I don't suppose either of you have heard from our cleric friend recently.
I have not. And I doubt
Oh.
they would waste their time messaging Nissa.
It's actually quite early in the morning though.
And,
But you're expecting a message.
Ember just looks at them. Yes,
Well, I was
the
expecting
lead-
them to.
the leader of our military wouldn't deign to send a message to the actual military personnel down here.
Yeah, military. If this is your
Yeah.
military operation, then no wonder you guys are conquered by dim-witted giants. Nonsense. No recon. You don't know what's happening. You got us in the middle of a cave. You don't know where you're going.
You said you had
Someone
a talks too much.
Let's go.
All right. Yeah. It looks like Mim leads the way.
Yeah.
As he does, he goes and starts counting along the way. And it's bizarre the way he's walking. Like, he counts to 5 and then turns to the side and counts to 5 each step. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and then flips around and starts walking from the other side and continues to count 1 to 5, 1 to 5. And yeah.
Should we be doing this too?
I'm assuming so.
Whatever.
Mim,
Start
do we
doing
need to
this thing.
follow you, or just wait for you to find the route on your own?
I'm finding it now.
Okay.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he throws 5 mushrooms out of his pack onto the ground. And he says, "No touchies!" as you guys walk past them. Grizz is very tempted, but under strict orders of Mim, he is not to touch those 5 mushrooms for some reason.
Okay.
I am
he
ready
comes-
to restrain.
He comes to a set of tunnels and looks across them. He starts counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or is it? And he starts counting in reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then points to the far tunnel on the left. He goes over to them, inspects them for a moment. So Suze just lets out a loud sigh as she does. You see breath, like frosty breath, come from her mouth.
It's a dragon, Tanner.
It's not a dragon.
Nissa, meanwhile, is just hovering at the back, and you can sort of, if anyone observes her, just sort of sees that she's itching to put an arrow into the back of Ember's head.
Wow.
Like, literally, like a few times, just like, nope, must resist. Must resist. Later.
Or is it 1? And then points to the left, 2s. And then points to the far right, 3s. Points to the middle, 4s. And then points to the second from the left, 5s. And he stops again and seems to think. He pulls a mushroom from his pack and eats it. And then he grabs another 4 and stuffs those in his mouth before swallowing the first one. 5. He looks one more time.
Man, what's happening here?
He spins around 5 times with his eyes closed and his arm extended, pointing. And then as he finishes the 5th spin, he's pointing directly to the middle. 5. No. He thinks one more time.
Can we assist in any way, Mim?
Mim's very closies. Very closies. 1s, 2s.
Oh man, maybe we could just try a few of the tunnels and see where they go. Maybe perhaps that'll jog your memory.
No, wait! 5s! And he starts walking towards the 4th tunnel.
Okay.
Tanner?
So Suze goes, that makes perfect sense.
What?
Yes, it makes perfect sense.
It was his 5th choice.
You understand that? I don't suppose it's this type of thing that can be taught to outsiders. It's fascinating, whatever it is.
Nissa sort of considers this for a moment and then just sort of leans over to Susan and is like, is this because I asked him 5 times?
Possibly. But it seems as though he has deliberated on yes, he seems like he has pondered over 5 choices. And he has picked the 5th. Does not matter which tunnel it is, so long as it is the 5th one that he decides upon.
An unusual method of navigating, but I'm not one to judge in the Feydark.
Eventually, he leads you into this
Wait,
station.
it's called the Penta Creek.
Yep.
It probably has to be accessed by making the 5th choice.
5th, yeah. I thought maybe there were 5 rivers or something, but not 5 choices to make it. I don't know.
Sorry, guys.
Sure, why not?
I will be back in just one moment. I have to fill out a form for the flat, apparently. Otherwise, we'll get fined. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
End of it.
Okay. We're
Okay.
fine with that.
All right.
No.
Entering into the Penta Creek, you see there are fluorescent, like fungus stools, kind of protruding from the walls, giving off this faint, ghostly light. As Min jumps up onto a nearby stalagmite, he announces, "We have arrived here." Welcome.
About time. Thought you were gonna get lost there.
He gestures forward.
Look at all these mushrooms, Mim.
Are these
Yeah.
poisonous mushrooms? Explosive mushrooms?
All
Mushrooms
sorts
for
of
eating? All sorts. Oh, that's
Heath
yeah.
seeds. Yes,
Really.
good ideas, Heath. And he hops down and starts harvesting one. There is indeed, like you say, all types of mushrooms. There's ones that stick out fluorescent-wise. There's lily pads that are growing mushrooms instead of flowers. And there are these strange kind of stacks that look like kind of rings and rings upon rings of mushrooms. And there's these red ones that kind of look like blood red toadstools as well. But you're free to move on the map as you see fit.
Okay. Is
And
there
it is-
anything near here we should not touch, Mim?
You
Oh,
first
don't
there.
touch anything. No touchies, but I wouldn't touchies.
Okay. So Daya's
Wouldn't
gonna
touch the red ones, Daya.
keep an eye on Mim and not touch anything that they don't touch.
I will do the same.
Okay.
Like she's in a museum, just very carefully looking, not touching.
The wonder as you go around the corner and witness the 5 waterfalls pouring from 5 tunnels into a center plunge pool in the middle. There are so many number of fungus and flora that they kind of all melt together in this mosaic of colors and light.
This is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Wow, look, Daya.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Mim, what are the red ones? Spirally ones.
Which ones? Which point to which?
Yeah, I'll point out at one of these guys. They look kind of like.
Yeah, the stacks of circular. Yeah. Actually, as it happens, I do have a a full list of different fungus. I'll just have to quickly bring it up. Let me see these. And he starts going over to investigate exactly which ones they are. Gives me some moments. And he seems to pick out a few, like from a herbalism kit to sort of start to understand which ones are which. What is it?
Grace, how's that canine of yours doing?
He's got a lot of sniff back in him, but be careful, Kane. Don't sniff all of them. They'll be poisonous. He doesn't smell any aberrations. No, wait, do you? You see Kane is just like in a dizzying spin right now. There are so many smells. Sounds like he's smelling the rainbow right now.
If the Penta Creek can lead anywhere or to many places, then possibly it will lead us to our aberration. That's what, but also not lead us there, which is what's confusing his nose, perhaps.
I found it. Okay. So, why don't you roll me a d20 as you were asking, Derek?
Sure, can do. Let's do that. Where's my roll? Oh, what?
And what did you get?
I got a 7, Chris.
Okay. After investigating it, he says, these bees mandrake roots seeds.
A mandrake root. Hang on.
Wait.
Don't we need those for something? Are we looking
Yeah,
for mandrake?
you might.
We need...
Check the quest log.
Oh, that's what I'm doing right now.
I don't remember. It was probably episodes ago.
God, like 100 million.
I think.
Okay, you guys
I think
move on. I gotta...
mandrakes can both be poisonous and restorative, depending on how you use them.
That sounds Glug
That's
glug?
what I.
If you go by Harry Potter lore, it can.
Yeah, that's.
And both petrify and other cure for petrification.
Not juice for
What?
glug glug.
Mim says, the roots have small airbags inside of them. When the root seas is squished, the air sounds like screamsies for a few seconds.
Is that a painful sort of a screamsies?
That's just the air escaping the fungi. It's not real screamsies.
Of course not. No.
They used to craft potions.
They might not be a bad thing to take back to Bloke in case you want to trade for anything when we get back to Lenalendra.
True.
Mistletoe. Oh, we've already done. Oh, we have mistletoe. We've never brought it back. We left.
Nissa's just sort of considering this, and it's just like, I wonder, could you potentially use the air that is stored in the roots almost as like a temporary breathing apparatus, like sort of thing for when you're underwater?
Yeah, that's actually a genius idea. Yeah. Airbags, yeah.
Because that seems like the sort of thing a ranger would consider, just like,
Not a bad idea.
might be worth harvesting some of those if we can without harming them. So we can use the air for our potential purposes. Maybe if there's a poison gas cloud or something just to help us.
Mim kind of jumps up, perches here, points to another flower and says, abyss flowers. Very rare.
Well, what is it? What kind of flower?
Abyss flowers? He looks around back to you, says, dark pink seeds flowers, thorny stems. Used to create poisons.
Nissa considers this as
Hence
well.
why I'm up here and flowers these down there.
Are they
You-
safe to pluck?
He shakes his head.
No.
Only stems get
Only
you
stems.
poisons.
Do you know how to convert them into poison?
Courses. Easy. He kind
Perhaps.
of brings out his hand and like mimics like smashing, like with like a mortar and pestle.
Oh, that's simpler than I expected. What sort of poison is it? Is it like a touch poison? Is it an injury poison? An ingestible poison?
Inhales these.
Inhales
Oh.
used.
And
And
Bruce said, "Oh,
what-
careful there, Kane."
What sort of effect does it have?
He puts his hands over his eyes and says, "No, it's easy."
Blinding. That could be
Yes.
very useful.
I wonder if that would even affect the evil eye of the Fomorians.
Ooh, smart. Smart, smart, smart,
Nice.
smart.
We should definitely see if we can make some of that.
Right, Nis, do you have the equipment to process these? If I can harvest some for you, Mim?
Of course he's. And he pulls out. He's got like a little pack on his back, and you can see he's collected quite a few mushrooms already. They're all glowing a bright like phosphorant color. Anyway, yeah, he's got all the herbalism kit and poisonous kits he needs to make it happen.
Okay, so can I
Let's
try,
do
I
it.
guess it'd be survival to get that?
It would.
Okay, let's see what my plus 10 in survival gets me. A 19?
Very nice. You getting the abyss flower, yeah?
Yeah, because it can be made into poisons. I'm also going to get some of the mandrake fruits afterwards to potentially use as airbags. But this will be the first one because the poison seems the most useful.
The moment you harvest this, and you do harvest it, no problem. You suddenly see the water in the center of this plunge pool begin to slosh and swirl, and it starts to animate in an alien-like form, and there's like an appendage that kind of warps and wails around for a moment before suddenly going back into a more graceful stance. Then another tendril. They kind of like wriggle together, coiling to form like a helix. And then as they swirl around faster and faster, you see a head begin to
Nissa!
splash out of the
Uh-oh.
center.
Nissa!
I
Dinner!
was,
Dinner!
I was not expecting that. Oh,
Is-
What does the
Mim,
head
is
look
that a-
like?
was
What
is
this
that a-
normal?
is that a water weird?
It is actually. But as it appears forward, it seems to have like the head of a serpentine-like creature, not too different from a hydra, in
Ah!
fact.
Dinner!
And it looks
Oh,
straight over towards you, Nissa, and gives you a sharp look. Water sort of splashes aside from it.
okay. Nissa, seeing that this is one of these, again, I really wish I'd taken Primordial as the other one, but it seemed too overpowered. He's going to try Sylvan and be like, I'm sorry if I've caused offense. Oh, watery one?
It sort of just makes this sloshing sound.
Does it make sound anything that like Ember could recognize in a messed up dialect?
Doesn't actually. Even though it would initially sound like Aquan, it is actually just the sloshing and splashing of water. Perhaps it is still forming. But
Is it definitely aggressive? Like, is it
It-
just waking up, or is it?
No, it looked
Charging.
at me aggressively.
Yeah.
Nissa gently puts the flowers down that
Yeah.
they harvested, just seeing if that harms it at all.
it does. The water begins to stay in a much more still form. But noticing you place it down, it looks back to the others. Mim sort of like a little bit jumpy. He kind of gets up to here. Suzuze is completely calm in this moment, seeing water. She turns to you guys and says, "Shall I freeze it for you?"
I don't know at this moment.
Yeah, perhaps.
Wait for a moment to see.
Perhaps only if it is aggressive. If it intends to harm,
It,
it may
low-
just be that it interpreted our harvesting as causing it pain.
it lowers back into the water, and a moment later, you see a small geyser of water, and it shoots something in your direction up onto the dry land, and it makes a metallic clang, clang, clang as it lands there.
Mhm.
And as everyone tries to get a good look of it, you can clearly tell this is a chalice.
What? What? That was easy. Sorry, what?
It rises back out of the water, Nissa, and it leans out and rolls it towards you.
Nissa lifts it.
It is very heavy for a small fairy like
Yep.
you, but
It's
you
like-
can prop it up, I
Yeah.
would say. It stares at it and stares at you expectantly.
What is going on here? What?
Nissa considers this.
You put it up, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Can I? Because I have a few ideas, but can I roll an insight to see if Nissa understands what it's asking?
Yes, you can. Roll an insight.
Because I've.
Ooh, 20.
Very nice.
Okay, I'm going to ask you first what you think it's actually doing.
Okay, so there's a couple of things. Like it almost seems like perhaps it's asking for payment of some kind or something like that. So initially I was thinking blood, like because I harmed its plant, it wants me to pay for that in blood, which kind of fits with the Feywild. But I'm not sure. But then this is also like a water-based thing, so maybe it wants water, like a different sort of water. Or maybe it wants some of my drow wine because it can smell that.
Those are all very good guesses. A chalice needs a filling, right? A chalice needs to be filled. It is clearly
Yeah.
asking for some sort of beverage, a drink, a concoction, something of that sort, because the chalice is very clearly empty. It's asking for
Okay.
some. But
Then this.
with the 20, I'll also say that it gestures towards the tunnels one by one. Its head turns to this, it nods, turns to the other one and nods, and does it 5 times to each tunnel, and then nods back at the chalice.
Okay, Tana is here. Your paladin is here. What's happening?
Nissa,
What is that? What
that
is going on?
That is a water weird which appeared when I was trying to harvest some of the plants, and that's given me a chalice and possibly a side quest.
Oh boy. Okay.
Tanner, don't want to hear me.
Nissa asks, do you want me to fill this chalice from each of the points?
It makes no response. It doesn't look like it understood that. Only because you got like a 20 there. It doesn't look like it understands you, Nissa.
Does... Nissa's gonna just rotate between the languages they speak, which is a fair few, to see if it speaks any of them.
None of your languages give any kind of notion that it understands.
Would Grizz's natural sort of, I don't know, nature-based stuff be able to understand what it's communicating?
I can talk with small little critters, but I don't understand what this thing is saying. It looks like it's thirsty, but...
Nissa takes out her wineskin and basically gestures as if to pour it into the chalice to see how it reacts.
It doesn't react in any negative way. It watches, though. It watches you do that.
What do you guys think? I'm a little... It almost seems to be... It seems to be indicating...
Something about the waters.
Yeah.
Should we drink
do
from the
you have
waters?
any idea as you've been here before?
We could.
As Daya mentioned, should we drink from the water? Mim actually does go over to sample some for himself. Salties.
Salties.
Plants shouldn't go into salt.
Did the creature react at all when Mim drank?
Then he goes, yes, it watches Mim do this. And then as he does take a sip, the creature looks over towards the chalice. And then Mim goes over to this one and he spits out this water here.
Nissa has an idea, and this seems like such a waste of a... Wait, I swear I had that as a spell slot. I swear I used that in the past. Oh no, I had a potion for it, that's how. I'm going to look to Daya, because Daya seems the most likely to be able to do this, or to Zuze, either one of them. Daya or Suzusa, are you able to go between the rivers in turn, in the order that the water weird point it and fill the chalice with a small bit. I think it might want water from all 5, but maybe in the order it indicated.
I'm willing to try that. Yeah. So we'll take the shiny. Take the shiny. And
Just beforehand, is there anything actually like inscribed in the chalice, or?
You look
Right.
over the chalice. It looks very old and ancient. It doesn't look like it's been chipped or damaged, however, though. Even though it shows signs of age, it's still intact, and there's not a single like crack in the metal. It seems to be made of silver, which is a purifying kind of metal, and there doesn't seem to be any engravings. No. No clue, no hint as to what it wants. But, Tanner, if you
Okay.
want, you can maybe make a investigation check to see what was maybe at the bottom of the chalice, because there is some sediment that's dried at the bottom and hasn't rinsed out.
Gotcha. 12?
Kind of sniff it. It's familiar in some way, but then everything in the Feywild is familiar and yet alien. There is something that could be comparable on the material plane. It's a strong scent. It's kind of an earthy scent, like something ground down. You're not quite sure. You can't put the finger on it. Not with a 12, but it smells sort of something familiar you would have had in the material plane. But maybe this is just a Fey variant that you can't put your finger
Right.
on.
Okay.
I mean, you
Okay.
kind of having a sniff at it. Mm.
Well, do you think I should do it, Tanner?
Why not? No time like the present.
If I'm honest, I kind of spaced during this whole conversation.
Yeah, fair enough.
What's-
So yeah, I'm gonna do what Nissa just suggested, and I can't remember what order it pointed to, but I'm gonna go around each of the 5 creeks, not drink anything, but take a little bit of water
Okay.
into the chalice each time without spilling any, and I'm gonna present the full chalice to the creature and kind of look at it for how it's reacting, if it wants me to drink.
So the first time you come over to here to get the
Mhm.
water, it seems to gesture onwards, like it sloshes the water, and its neck elongates towards the tunnel, and you can hear the running of water in the distance.
Okay, I will move down closer to the tunnel and scoop up a little bit there and watch it for its reaction.
It gestures further.
I'm going to be right behind Daya.
I will be right
She's
behind.
going
Further? Oh god, I'd
Into
go.
the tunnel with one of its
Yeah.
like long appendages.
And it's still gesturing for me to go further?
Yes.
Okay, I'm
Come
gonna
on,
go.
Chris. Kane.
Oopsie. Where did I
No,
end up?
that's fine. So what you see in the
Off the map.
yep. So what you see in the distance is oh my
The
God,
Lord of the Penta Creek.
you're back at the Penta Creek. But there's a reason for all of that. I'm just going to pause for a moment. So the okay. Man, I'm trying to remember now. The distance you can smell. You can smell some sort of like flora, or maybe it's something kind of like. Oh, that's one. Yeah, I found it. Cool. Yeah, you smell something like vegetation growing in this small creek, and as you go down into the tunnel, it opens into a chamber. Excuse me. There is another similar waterfall kind of spraying down onto the vegetation here. And as you look around, you can see there are long, leafy greens, but the stalks of the leaves are very red in color, like rich red. Although, again, in the Feywild, all colors are very similar to something, but they're actually of their own color completely. But the closest thing you can picture is like a bright scarlet, and with these kind of leaves poking out of the top. And they seem to be all growing out of or near the edge of the water. Some of them are like overhanging it.
Hmm.
Is Nim avoiding them, or is he kind of interested in them? Or what's
Nim
Nim doing?
Nim could follow you in fact, if he wants. So Nim jumps along, hops into the distance, and says, "That explains that taste. Not my favorites."
What are they? Mim?
He says they are.
Super poisonous. Don't go near him.
They are Brabher.
Rapper?
Brabher.
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 I hardly know her.
Brabu. No, wait. My pronunciation is off. Brab.
And are they dangerous? Are they
No.
helpful? Are they living? I mean, not living, sentient?
No.
Tanner, this place doesn't say.
He goes over to one and snaps a piece, and you see the inside. It's kind of like this whitish color on the inside. Actually, it's only whitish when he kind of pulls it out. You see the very the bottom, like root is white. But when he snaps it, you see this kind of, how to say it, almost speckled red inside to the stalk.
The water spirit did react when he did that?
The water did not react, no, in any way.
What's the waterfall doing?
The waterfall is just providing fresh water down to the water, this vegetation.
Can I go up to the waterfall and let a little bit fill the cup
Yeah.
and look back to the creature and see if it's reacting?
You can't see the creature from this because you kind of come down the tunnel into this. Yeah.
I'm gonna do it anyway, and
Okay.
I'm not going to pluck any of the flowers. I'm gonna let Mim do that.
All right.
I don't want to. I've been warned several times that things are poisonous.
Yeah, sure. So as you fill this cup with water, you see that there is actually a passageway beyond the waterfall because you're kind of breaking the waterfall's
The sheet.
the sheet. Yeah, exactly, the curtain. And you can see there is a tunnel leading on from here as well.
Can I do a little investigation check down that there tunnel?
Yeah, there looks to be some light, perhaps some like bioluminescent plants. In fact, the tunnel looks slightly familiar. It's almost like the same tunnel that you went into when you first entered here.
Oh no.
When I first entered, what the dark?
Penta Creek. Penta
The
Creek.
Penta Creek. Okay.
We lost.
I don't know, but I'm not gonna go down that tunnel. I'm gonna back up, and I'm gonna back up and bring the cup of the waterfall water back to the creature.
Okay.
And see what it gestures for me to do.
It looks like it is anticipating it. So in fact, Mim decides to go down the tunnel just because he's. So, all right. What happens here? And Nita, you're coming back down with Dyer?
Yeah.
Okay, so here you guys are. You come back down.
I will stick with the group as always.
And you step down, and you head over towards the creature. It is gone back to a central kind of position, and it turns and awaits, and you can actually see it licks its lips as you bring the chalice over.
I'm gonna gesture at myself if I should drink it.
Do you like make the motion to sort of drink it?
I make the motion and I bring it to my mouth, but I don't actually touch it. See if that's
It,
okay.
it lurches forward, like when you're eating food in front of a pet, and it's like, no, no, my, no.
Perhaps try giving it to it.
I'm gonna try that. That's my next thing. I'll hold it out to. Do you want some?
Okay, it does lean down, and as it goes to, oops, as it goes to drink some, you suddenly feel a sloshing underneath your feet as the water kind of whips around your legs, and it jostles you for a moment. You kind of instinctually flinch, and the chalice is whipped out of your hand like a long kind of tendril whips the chalice, and it falls down into the pond, into the plunge pool here.
Uh-oh. I hope that wasn't the chalice of the void.
What was that?
I don't know.
As
Well,
it drops,
it's now a chalice in the void.
It's void.
as it drops into the plunge pool, you suddenly see another head has risen up.
Is this a Hydra? Chris, is this a Hydra?
Oh, Chris, it's a Hydra.
It's a water Hydra.
A Wydra?
It's
A
something.
Hydra.
As you see it rise up, you see the chalice is in its mouth, and it is guzzling it back, tipping the chalice back.
So it's drinking its own water? Like,
No, because
What?
the water coming down the creek was full of that vegetation
Oh,
poison.
it
So
wants the
it wants the
water.
fresh, the clean and fresh
Yeah.
water. Yeah.
The other one in the center also drinks from the chalice and looks sated, looks pleasantly satisfied with that. It's still licking its lips. It kind of like gives a little wriggle of enjoyment.
Okay. That's good.
happy
did
Hydra
Nim-
is a good
did Nim
Hydra,
come
I
back?
guess.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay.
But
I will.
the chalice is now empty.
I'm gonna move over to the next river on the list and see if it will give the chalice to me.
Yeah, the chalice has rolled away once again towards you.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
gonna carefully watching the reaction from both of them, but do the same thing. Work my way up.
You've actually got to climb up this one because it's very steep and up the top.
Oh, it's a good thing I'm good at acrobatics.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, go ahead. Give me an acrobatics check.
Please roll well. I don't fall on my ass.
Excellent. All right. So you
Close enough.
carefully edge around the side, climbing up through roots, swinging from one of the handholds here, and you land up on top of the tunnel. And inside, you can smell. What do you smell? It's familiar.
Careful out there, Daya!
Once again, it smells familiar, and yet can't put your finger on it. You can head in if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to head in.
Okay. All right. So,
Like Daya at this point thinks that she has figured out the puzzle, so she's going to be going cautiously because she doesn't know what kind of plants are in the tunnel that's making the water weird, but she's also fairly confident that there's going to be a water source that she has to get to.
yeah.
She's like cautious but optimistic.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, you come to a small little grove, and you can see that there are herbs everywhere. Little herbs growing out of the walls and out of the near the river as well. And what are these?
Is there anything that I would recognize, being that I come from a forest people?
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, you can roll a nature check.
Herbalist.
I don't think I have herbalism as a. Yeah, that's a 9.
Hmm. You're not sure 100% what this could be, but for the most part, herbs are generally quite healthy. They're used for a number of different medicines as well.
Mm-hmm.
But they're usually good for you. These like green, lush herbs. The other things were like reddish in color. These are much more of a, uh, yeah, kind of a greeny color.
Okay. Like they smell more like an herb garden than
Yeah.
a putrescence or whatever that other place was.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Um, hmm. I'm very, very, very tempted to take some, but I'm not going to. I am going to look for the water source though.
Okay. Yeah. Once again, you can see there is another waterfall, and it has tons of these herbs all kind of growing down like vines all the way down the waterfall as well.
Okay. Dia will take just a minute to kind of breathe in the scent, which feels healthy and natural in a way that she hasn't felt for a long time.
Okay.
And she'll just go and fill up the chalice at the waterfall. Have a peek behind the waterfall to see if there's a tunnel there.
There is another tunnel, and it looks just
Yep.
like the entrance to the Penta Creek.
Okay. Yep. And fill up the chalice and very, very carefully work her way down back to
I'll
the.
say about a minute has passed. I will cast my point at where Dia last went. You okay up there, Dia?
I think so. All good. Uh,
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think I'm trying not to, accidentally poison anything, but I got the water. I'm coming down.
Hmm.
And she just very carefully work her way down the rock with a chalice in her hand somehow, and offer it to the hydras.
Okay. Sure. By the way, Dia probably drinks the same thing that I was just describing. So you know what? Just because of this, I'm gonna let you roll advantage because this is 100% something Dia would drink.
Yeah. On
Just you've made it before as well.
as a acrobatics.
No, a nature check. You can roll re-roll that and see if it's any higher. It's the same.
Oh God.
Roughly the same.
The
Yeah.
worst.
Okay. It's so familiar, and yet you just can't put your finger on it. Right. Let's move this Alice back down. Okay. And you climbing back down, or are you going through the tunnel?
Climbing back down.
Okay. So you climb back down, and then offer the chalice up. Okay. Um, both of them look at it, but they don't motion to snatch it out of your hands or anything like that. They just look at it.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the others, going, "What am I doing wrong?" I'm gonna move it towards my lips and see if they react to it.
They don't.
They don't. Okay.
Do you? I'm guessing you put it to your lips. Do you actually taste any of it?
No, I'm gonna again just doing that sort of charades thing and see if they react.
They don't seem to
And
react.
they
No.
don't seem to react.
They tilt their heads almost curiously.
Hmm.
Maybe they are curious. They edge a little bit closer, just an inch or two.
Yeah. As long as I'm not getting a hostile vibe, I actually am gonna take a sip because I'm very curious about what's going on.
It is a incredibly bitter taste, and it is something that would need warm water and a lot of milk.
Is
It,
it tea?
it is. Those are tea leaves.
What? Oh. Ah,
Okay, when I recognize it,
iced tea.
It's
yeah,
fake tea.
fake tea.
Fey tea.
Oh, fey tea. Sorry. Yeah.
Fey tea. Yeah. If anything, it's so familiar, and yet it's got this new sensation to it. But it's so much more bitter than normal tea leaves.
Okay.
And the flavor is like very overwhelming. They see you drink it a little bit, and they edge closer even still. They like edge a little bit closer.
I'm gonna say, "Psst, it's tea. Should I keep drinking? What do they want? Nissa? Anybody?
Nissa will attempt to see if she can understand what they're trying to
Yeah, you can roll
suggest.
you can roll an insight check. Anyone who's like, what the heck are they doing?
Yeah, I would definitely like to roll an insight check and think,
Mhm.
'cause I can't figure out.
No,
Like,
Nissa's
Nope.
confused. Just
I,
like, what?
I definitely had an idea of what was
Okay.
going on, and now I'm not so sure.
They clearly aren't as keen as they were before, but
Yeah.
maybe you piqued their curiosity, and they are getting closer, but they seem unsure, like they
Okay.
haven't decided yet.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm gonna finish the finish the tea, and go on to the next river. And again, sort of watching what they're doing, watching how they're reacting, see if they're hostile or
Yeah.
if they're
And look,
alarmed.
they watch you the whole way. All of their heads, or both their heads, just turn slowly and watch you climb up.
Okay. Gonna do the same thing then. Keep going.
Yep. You can jump off from rock to rock and get up to the top.
Yep. And let's see what's down the tunnel.
Okay. All right. So you begin to go down this creek. Okay. Dear.
This is
So
crazy.
you can smell something like cheese. Is your best guess? No,
Jeez.
no, wait. It's a trick of your senses. It smelled like cheese at first, and then it smelled like cooked meat, and then it goes to like a tomatoey smell. And all these senses are very confusing and make your head spin before you finally come into a small um, mound of like fertile looking soil. And you can see mushrooms growing from them. Lots of mushrooms.
Are they all the same type of mushrooms?
No, actually. You've got uh they look like you've got common type of mushrooms. Looks like you've got truffle shaped mushrooms. You've got very dry looking mushrooms. Um yeah, there's all kinds though. But they all seem to be growing out of the same fertile earth.
Mm. Okay. Hmm. And is the smell of like cheese and tomato coming from the
It was
mushrooms or
yeah, almost. It was at first. It kind of was a little bit of a mix of things.
Mm.
But now you look at it, you can clearly tell these are definitely mushrooms. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'll look around me, see what the waterfall is doing.
Um, so the waterfall in this area is actually much smaller. It's not like dousing the place, but there is just a small spray of it, kind of rinsing the earth. You must imagine it's kind of sunk into it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
it
dripping
is.
down.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
dripping down. Yeah,
And is there a tunnel behind it? I assume
it
there is.
is. Yeah, there's another tunnel, which is
Same
clearly the
thing.
entrance to the Penta Creek.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna fill up the chalice.
Okay.
And again, very like looking around me, but don't want to pluck anything if I don't know what it is.
Okay.
So sorry if you're putting a lot of a lot of work into the decor
No,
here.
no, that's
Jeez,
fine.
I'm gonna avoid
Okay.
the temptation and
You do what you want.
work our way back down to the
Okay.
hydro.
You climb back down steadily and down the rocks, and you're back in front of the water weird with the chalice again.
Yep. And I'll hold it up to them.
The middle one looks closer and closer towards it.
I'll just keep holding it out. See if it's
It one appendage begins like a finger to tip the edge of the chalice out of your hands
okay. I'll let
and tips it into the pool
so the whole
slowly.
chalice is it just dripping down or is it the chalice falling into the water?
It drips in. so it's not coming out of your hands. It just drips in, and
Okay.
as it does, you see a wriggle from this middle one that kind of almost dances back and forth. This one on the right, however, splashes backwards, like wriggles in more like in agony almost,
Oh
and
boy.
then it shakes violently before kind of bursting into water and then raining down back into the plunge pool.
Interesting.
Okay, so they didn't like that one. They really liked the first one, indifferent to the second. Didn't like the third one.
Or at least one of them didn't like the third one.
Well, yeah. Do you think we're supposed to, I don't know, clear the creek or something, or fix it so that they're getting
So-
clean water,
Only the right waters are going in.
so that only the right, so that
Something
the
like that.
poisonous ones are not going
Maybe?
into their pool?
Is there a way that you
Maybe.
can block the source of the water?
seems-
Well,
I don't know.
I could use the Castellan staff for that.
That's a good point. But then, of course, if we're wrong with that, then
Well, I don't want to change the natural world as it seems to be the way it is, without knowing that it's the best.
There's nothing natural about this place, Daya.
And if
there is
it
everything natural about this place.
Most unnatural, bizarre.
or hurt or damaged, I mean, what if we release something worse?
Mim finally comes around the corner. He doesn't come back from the cave. He went in. He actually comes from the entrance to the Penta Creek.
Yeah.
Oh, strangies. And
What do you
actually,
know about these creatures, Mim? What does it want?
you see he's got a ton of the red herb or the red plants that he's harvested. Oh, did you like the drinksies?
I like the
I
first
did.
one.
I like
Did
the
you
first
drink
one a
the
lot.
second onesies?
No.
Oh,
And the third one, one of them seemed to like it and the other one didn't.
well, we all have our tastes.
Do you know what it means?
Many paths, many tastes.
Does it want us to do something, Mim? Or does it just want us to choose?
Right.
I don't think it wants anything. Well, it does want some things, but it's not asking for some things. Or maybe it's not asking for some things. I don't think it's... What is this? He looks down at the chalice. Oh. Is that the chalices that you was looking for?
I don't know.
I don't think so. It's not very
Do you know
dark
what it
here.
is?
no.
Oh.
It's the only chalice that we've seen so far, and if we could take it with us, I would certainly going to try. Just in case.
Coincidences.
Could be.
Well, have you tried all of these?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Will you come with me as I try the fourth one?
Of course he is. And he hops over.
Your wisdom,
He
well,
sniffs the
your
air. And,
expertise would be appreciated.
he sniffs the air and goes, mmm. He looks like he's like slapping his lips. He springs up there very easily.
Okay.
For you could perhaps jump onto this and grab a hold of it with your monkey jumping. So you yank onto this branch, and you can see that it is covered in these big, juicy berries. And as you hoist yourself up, you can smell the sweet aroma from inside. And as you head on in, you see there are branches growing through the walls. And these lush, bright berries are growing fit to burst on every single twig.
Is it a sweet smell?
Yes, absolutely, very sweet.
Is it a berry that I recognize?
Let's say that it looks like it's turnip shaped, but it's anything but a turnip color, and it's anything but a turnip taste. Although you would need to taste it yourself to kind of
Yeah, I'm not
what
doing
it
that.
is.
I'll do
You
it.
you can bring him
Why
back. Yeah, but it's kind of got like a swirly kind of pattern to it, like an S shape on the skin,
Interesting.
and they seem to be of kind of like violets and blues.
Mim, do you know what these are? Are they poisonous to humanoids? Or
No,
elves?
no, 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 no. These are delicious. Going to harvest as many as I can.
Are they
Uh,
beneficial at all, or just tasty?
Tasties. Let's have a look. What did it find? Medicinal as well, actually. Oh, actually, it's for your kind, maybes. Medicinals, maybes.
Okay. Do you think the creatures would mind if we took some?
Um, it looks back around, shrugs, and just begins plucking some.
Nice.
We not take these alls of them. There's plenty. Fight and he actually says something that makes a lot of sense from the Fae's point of view, and he says, "No such things as stealsies. The abundance of the forest is for all Fae to share."
I suppose.
And that is true, a true statement. When, in fact, not only do Fae find clothing humorous on most people, they also find possessive natures very, very odd and amusing.
Yeah, that makes sense. With Mim's approval, she's gonna very carefully pluck some of the berries. Let's say 2 dozen.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you pluck them, they go from blue to red. And you can see that you've actually squished it slightly, and you realize that the juice inside is kind of a reddish color, and the outside skin is blue, the inside is kind of reddish. Kind
Okay.
of, that's why it's kind of got that violet color, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, if you want to harvest them, I'll say
Yeah.
roll me a survival check.
Doesn't sound good.
Nope.
Need to survive plucking 50.
15. Okay, so
How
I'll say
entitled?
you can get. You can get 5 of these rich, ripe berries,
Okay.
for which to make something later, perhaps. These
Okay.
are often grown near water sources, like rivers and lakesies.
Are they called something?
Blue herbs.
They're called blue herbs.
Blueberries. Blue herb berries. I'm not perfectly sure. But they're blue and they're berries. So blueberries?
Makes sense to me. I will go up to the waterfall again. And,
Unbeknownst to him, he doesn't realize there's the material version of them.
yeah,
And they're anything but that. Like they're the size of turnips, for goodness sake.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Alright.
blue herbs berries. Makes sense.
Anyway,
Yeah. Gonna fill up the chalice and head on back.
alright. Go on back to the others.
Yep.
Okay.
Ah!
And again, same thing. Offer that gesture to them of, "Do you want to drink some?" And then see what they say.
There's only one at the moment, and it makes no like
Okay. Gesture.
it
Gesture
shows no
towards
interest
myself if
at
I
all.
should drink it. See if it reacts at all.
You see a rippling to the water, and it kind of almost opens up in like small little whirlpools. There's like almost 2 whirlpools, and they spin around one another. If you've ever seen that, it's very strange. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's like 2 whirlpools, and they spin and circulate each other. But they don't seem to be coming from this one.
Okay. I'm gonna try a sip.
It is incredibly sweet, and you know what? You can get 1 temporary HP.
Hey, fun.
A singular HP.
I feel great. Yeah, I and
1v1.
It's something.
I'm-
It's something.
it's something. It didn't poison me.
No.
And I'm gonna pour a little bit into the pool.
Okay, as soon as you pour it in, you see this one kind of like wince, and its eyes kind of like close really tightly, and eventually it just sinks back into the pool of water. Meanwhile,
Okay.
however, those two whirlpools rise up,
Oh boy.
and they look like they are slapping their lips together. Their tongues are lapping the water where you just poured it.
Okay, again, some of them like it, some of them don't. I will offer the chalice to the ones that just popped up.
Yeah, they begin to slosh it out, like rinsing it, and as they rinse it, they kind of pour it into the pool in the center,
Okay.
and they both wriggle in satisfaction.
So 2 hydras like it, the other 2 don't.
Maybe if
There was
you
only
get a
one
mix,
Oh, it's just one.
that you noticed.
maybe if you get a mix of all the water, they'll enjoy it.
Yeah, that's I think that's going to be the next step. And apologize if this is tedious. We're going to go up to the last Penta Creek.
The last one, okay, you don't need to climb anywhere, but you climb up and you see that there's a lot of rushing water in this one. This is probably the most loudest waterfall in this area.
Mhm.
And inside, you can see that there are stalactites and stalagmites made of what look to be crystals.
Ooh.
And as you get closer, you realize they're kind of cracked and lumpy in places. They don't look like as pristine as gems would be. And across the ground, you can see little flakes from where some of it have chipped off. But it's a white kind of crystal.
Is the crystal glowing or doing
Nope,
anything?
no, it doesn't seem to be. But the
Okay.
waterfall is vast and it is
Yeah.
roaring down.
Okay. On the assumption that crystals are basically inert and are
Mhm.
not going to instantly poison me, I'm going to scoop up a couple of flakes and if it's some big chunks of crystal just to see what it is.
Yeah, it's flaky and brittle,
Okay.
and you can smell. It smells like the sea in this one, in this river.
It's like the sea.
It smells like salt water rather than fresh water. And Mim,
Okay.
even when he tried some earlier, he said it tasted salty.
Salty. Yeah. Okay. Um.
So these are definitely salt crystals.
Okay. Gonna go up and get some fresh water.
Okay.
And
Uh,
yep.
as you do, you come out to the waterfall. You suddenly see a little crab snip at the chalice, like grabs a hold of it, and like wrestles you for just a moment. It like tries to tug the chalice away from you.
Yeah. I'm gonna overpower the crab.
You do, and it is now hanging from the edge of the chalice.
Uh.
The
Is
other pincer snips and snips menacingly.
I'm gonna pluck it by the by its hind leg and just sort of dangle it over the water and drop it into the
It flops in there and then scuttles away sideways.
water. Okay. Gets Di's not gonna react to that at all, and
Bring it
just
back.
bring it back. Yep,
Okay.
same deal.
All right.
And same pantomime thing. Do you want some? Okay, I'm gonna have some. If you don't
Mm,
mind.
they, this one seems to be completely indifferent. This one looks at it, sniffs it, and then backs away.
Okay, so they don't like
Well,
that.
there's a whirlpool in the center. Well, not in the center, but there's a whirlpool brimming.
Okay, I'm gonna pour a little bit into the pool.
A head rises up, and it sprays salty like a sea breeze into the air.
Mm.
And as you do, this one sort of like spits slightly and then falls into the water. But this one remained and didn't seem to be indifferent about it.
Okay. Now I'm gonna keep hold of the chalice and walk to the others and go. Okay, so what was anybody ideas? What do they want? Do they want anything? Can I keep the chalice? Should we just go on? Are they going to chase
I'm,
us? Do we need to rescue?
I'm. It seems really weird question. There's been like 3 or 4 Hydra heads that we've seen, like, because one's disappeared, then one's appeared.
Yeah.
Are they distinct in any way?
Maybe to the untrained eye they don't. But I'll tell you what, if you wanted to roll a perception check and over the course of this chalice tipping, then yeah, for sure.
I would like to do that because I've presumably been watching these people quite carefully.
They looked very similar, Nissa. And but Diane, you've been up close to them. You can tell each of them actually had different mannerisms. But as far as appearance, they do look all very similar.
Mhm.
But because you're one with motion and martial arts, you notice that kind of each one moves differently. One wriggled with enjoyment, one swirled around and span, one spat, one of them winced, that kind of mannerism.
Yes.
And
So-
overall, you've identified that there are 5 different heads.
Try.
I just posted a picture in the chat.
Yes, it's that. Yeah.
Try getting.
That one's the one that likes the salt.
Try getting maybe a bit from each and mix them together. And
Yes.
see if it's all
Scam.
5 like that.
We all have that one friend.
Yeah.
And,
I think I posted something similar with
at the
owls
moment-
before.
Yeah.
Sorry.
other than that, I don't have any ideas. I mean, the chalice doesn't seem to have any special properties that we've noticed. It just seems to be,
Functions as a chalice,
yeah.
which is interesting.
Um,
But why would these sea creatures have a chalice on them? I mean, it's not
Well,
something.
if
that
it is
made.
the chalice of the void, like, does it have to be empty? Do we have to? Do we have to get the salt out of the water or something?
Or
Purify
perhaps
it?
there has to be a certain combination in which it's infused
Purified
all together. Yeah.
or
No way.
nullified?
Because technically, if we needed to gather all 5 of these streams together, then surely the pool they're sitting in should be perfect.
No, I've just had a weird idea. What if we need to either get all 5 heads to appear or all 5 heads to be gone?
Oh no, they've all got to be there. No,
It's
that's what it is.
So,
Oh,
so
it's one
you
of those
need-
puzzles where it's like you turn one off and
Path of
3 go
Exile.
on.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, what 2 are present currently?
Suzuze
Right.
speaks. Says, an excellent assumption.
Yeah.
Thanks for being so helpful.
Thank you for
Because we've been
confirming.
here for like 5 days.
Okay, so based on the motions and the stuff of the ones that are out presently, because there's 2 of them,
Yep.
which
See.
bits did these 2 seem to like?
That's for you to figure out. I'm not going to say anything.
Let me see.
The red one, the red flowers for that one. The milk, not the milkweed, but the one with the.
First one they
Blue
really
red.
liked.
Yeah,
The first one, 2 of them really liked. There was only 2 at the time.
yeah, but there's
Oh.
5 in total.
I gotta write this down.
Yeah.
Okay, so from Dyer's observations, so let me just think. We have the one with crystals, the one with tea, the one with salt,
Salt one
the
was
one
the
with mushroom. Okay, so we've got
There's the
salt.
vegetation.
We've got salt,
the tea.
mushrooms, tea, vegetation, and what's the last one?
Berries? Berries. Well, the salt and the
Berries.
crystals are the same one, right?
Yeah.
That's
There's
Okay.
the gross vegetation, the nice herbs, the mushrooms, the berries, and then the salt crystals.
Okay. And so we need to work out which ones are out currently. And
The first one was the nice vegetation, I think.
The
yeah,
first one,
the red vegetation, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
so
yeah.
essentially what we need to do is we need to not only we need to get a drink that gets one of them out, but then we need it to be so that it doesn't make the others go away. So we need to work out what each of them likes and dislikes, I think.
Can we
Okay.
number these guys, Chris, please? I don't know if we can do that in the UI.
Yeah.
I don't know how to
That's-
do that.
Because
It's
there's
1, 2,
5
4,
of
5,
them.
2, 3, 4, 5 kind of thing. A, B, C, D.
Okay. Currently,
So number 5, I think, like the nice vegetation.
yeah.
2 that liked the red vegetation.
Yeah, the red. Oh, number
Okay,
2
so-
did, not number 1.
Currently,
No, I don't know what
are,
numbers, but two.
are these two the ones that were initially
Hold on, sorry,
out?
James. One second. Go on, Sarah Jane.
Oh, there were 2 separate heads that liked the red vegetation ones, but I do not know which heads they are because
Oh.
I didn't know that there were 5 heads.
Yeah. Okay, so based on their movements, from what I've observed, are these 2 that are currently out now the ones that were out originally?
No.
Would I know this?
No,
The
No.
original one was the middle one, the middle head.
3 and 4, I think.
Okay. So, yeah, okay, so it's based on the position they're in. So, I'm wondering... Oh, this is going to be...
Trial and error. I think
Yeah,
that's what Suzuze says.
yeah, okay, so... But does it have to be from this specific chalice?
Unclear.
I think
I am
yes.
going to go back up the first one. Grab quickly grab some. Oops, I brought myself
Whoa!
off the map again.
I'll figure it
Whoa,
out.
Yeah.
where'd you go? Ah!
That good water and bring it back and see which ones are into it.
I think we're losing you ever so slightly.
I'm a little bit
Oh,
cracked.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you crack the
So,
Oh, sorry. cracking it. You just grab the water from it?
Yeah, just the water, not the
Okay.
plants.
So you went down path 5, right?
Path 5. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You haven't sampled this one yourself either yet, but it seemed like
No.
Mim
No.
disliked it. Mim was like, "Dah, dah, 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 dah." And he coiled up when he tasted it, like, "Ugh." But he seems to have collected a lot of the actual plants themselves.
Mhm.
Anyway, as you tip it in, you see that this one appears and slaps its lips together, and this one appears, the middle
Ooh.
one,
Okay.
and likewise, like its tongue wriggles out and like waves in a weird kind of sensation, and these two, this one shudders uncontrollably and explodes into water.
Okay. So
So 5
One,
and
two.
3 like whatever dye I just gave them. What'd you just give them, Daya? Salt water?
This was the red vegetation.
Like red veg.
Okay.
That-
1
I
dislikes
might-
it. The number 2 is indifferent. 3 and 5 are like it very much.
yeah. Okay. So
Okay, and 4 is not, and 4 does not appear at all.
No.
Which probably means
So-
it's indifferent.
So I think it's
or
indifferent as
everything.
well. And then 1
Yeah.
dislikes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
Well, this is
Okay.
hard, man.
Go up again.
Okay.
Next.
okay, yeah. So got path. No, path
Path
4.
2.
Path 4, from what we understood, 5 and 3
Yes.
were indifferent too, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I got path 4, and we'll see how 2 reacts, I guess.
Okay. Path 4.
And see if any of the others pop out. But I don't think
Path-
they did last time, so this is probably going to be one that they're all indifferent to.
Path
potentially.
4 is the salty water, right?
Path 4 is the tea.
Is the tea.
Yeah,
I don't have tea. Berries?
I've-
Berries is tea?
No, the herbs.
No.
The herbs, the nice or the
It is,
medicinal herbs.
so it
Yeah,
is. It's bitter tea.
Oh, holy
Yeah,
fuck! I got the wrong ingredients here.
I've kind of got a grid that I've got here where I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down one side and
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to
5
do, but I'm
across.
writing the wrong
Oh.
shit down apparently because we're like getting different ingredients every time here.
Yeah, but the ingredients don't really matter. If we just do it by the numbers, it's fine. So
That's
that's
fine.
what
You you pour the bitter
Censored.
tea. You pour the bitter tea into the pool and
Yep.
pay close attention because what happens is all three of these guys, they all kind of show a sign of disgust. Except for the first time, you see this one appears, and this one sways back and forth slowly in a kind of peaceful sensation, and its eyes are half closed. Looks very droopy, but it
Okay,
seems to
so-
enjoy it. There's a big smile on its face.
Okay, and that's
We can bring back
for-
5 and 3 now because it's indifferent to the nice vegetation. So if we get some nice vegetation, you can bring back 5 and 3.
Yeah, that would bring them back. Yeah. And 2 seems indifferent to this.
It's also nice vegetation. Anything but these disgusting. Have you not
I
tried
don't like it either, Nim, but these creatures,
taste
they don't know what's good
some?
for them.
I dare you.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
Pussies.
Let's try path number 3, which is the mushrooms.
Well,
It is, yeah.
if you do path 5 first to bring back 5 and 3, see how 4 reacts, and then we've got 3 ones to potentially see if it's negative or indifferent rather than just 1.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 should stay there because 4 should be indifferent.
Yes.
Yes.
Or 4 hated it, but
Which one are you moving over to, Di?
I guess I'm going up to path number 1, which is the salt one, right? I was just going around counterclockwise, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 'Cause
I was gonna say go back up 5, like the first one you did.
Okay.
And that should make 5 and 3 reappear and 4 stay, and then
Okay.
do path 3.
Okay.
So 4 kind of goes in a very like slumped mood, and it looks down, and then melts away.
No.
But 5 and 3 reappear. 3 does his little wiggle dance of enjoyment.
Okay, so 4 does not like number 1.
Well,
How the hell are we supposed to get them at the same time then? If they hate.
Nope, I'm gonna keep going up number 3, the
Yeah,
mushroom
all right,
one.
yeah, sure.
Let's
There's
See
only
who comes up, and
Okay.
yep. It's
no
very
one-
tedious. But
No one comes up, and no
No one
one
comes
goes down. But you do see number 3 becomes engorged, and it becomes larger. The trunk of water that's rising it up is now like twice as thick, and even his face looks kind of all like full and satisfied, like he's got like almost like a food baby.
okay,
for the mushrooms, the third
Yeah.
rumor.
that's for the
3
mushrooms.
so 3 seems to really like that. Seemingly.
It looks engorged. Is that a good thing? I mean, context is everything here.
It
Yeah.
probably like means that we could probably feed him some shitty stuff once, and he'll still kick around for a bit. But if we feed him something shitty twice, he'll be like, "No, I'm out."
Yeah.
Okay.
But 5 didn't seem to react.
I'll tell you what it does do is it stops you maybe from tipping the whole thing in, and then gestures towards you to have some, because it clearly doesn't want that
Oh.
much.
Yeah.
Okay. Take them.
Okay. Next one, berries.
Wait.
Path number. Oh, sorry.
Do you drink any? Someone's asking.
No. No.
Fair enough.
I'll do it.
All right.
Alright.
So as you taste this,
Why not?
it is not sweet, it is not salty, it is not bitter, it is not sour. It is something else entirely. It is a satisfying taste that makes you feel full. It makes you feel like you've had a great meal, and it lingers on the tongue the longest. Or whereas like a sweet taste kind of like it's there for a moment and gone the next. This lasts for a long time there. You just feel, yeah, it's just a delicious taste. And the actual word I'm looking for is called
Umami?
umami. Thank you.
Umami.
Oh, mommy.
No,
Yes.
it's umami.
So Tanner will place the
Cheers.
chalice down, and will be like, "It's actually not that bad." He grabs at his throat. He's gasping for it. He drops down to the floor and starts vigorously shaking.
Oh, what mushrooms did you have?
Let's just see how I do. Yeah, Tanner's dead.
Oh,
Tanner, wake up! What happened to him?
Here, let me try feeding him something.
Daya!
I'm gonna hand over one of the sweet berries.
No. It's just a prank. It's just a prank.
What are you doing, Tanner?
Right, so try path 2 now, Dyer, I guess, and we'll see
Okay,
what
so-
happens.
I'm
Path
sorry, I
2
couldn't
is
help
the
myself.
sweet. Path
The
2 is the
sweet
sweet berries.
okay.
Yeah.
Despite its engorged state, it does go and kind of like winces at the taste,
Okay.
and it spits it back out, and then instead you see number 2 rise up, and it's in full enjoyment. It does a little spin of enjoyment.
5
Yeah.
doesn't react.
5 actually does a spin in tandem with number 2. They
Okay,
both
so
spin together. Just
Okay.
like the whirlpool did when they were spinning around.
Okay. And 4 and number 1 don't
Nope.
pop up.
Nope.
All right.
In fact, 5
But
he's spinning a bit too much. He becomes a bit dizzy, like he's high on sugar.
So
okay.
just to say, in terms of the tea itself, it didn't actually do anything to me. It just tasted quite nice.
Yeah.
Huh.
Just tasted like it had a mushroomy taste, but it was a lingering, satisfying mushroom taste.
Okay.
Okay, well, this is good because it seems like most ingredients, 2 things like and 1 dislike. So eventually we can just.
So we just have
Mhm.
to avoid the ones that they dislike. That
Well,
makes
let's
them
try ingredient
disappear.
number 1 here and see what happens. The salt.
All right.
yeah.
Finally,
Salts,
number
try
1.
salts. Yep.
Number 1, the first one right next to it, rises up and licks its lips and slaps its tongue across the top of its mouth.
Okay.
Meanwhile, number 5, the one that was spinning dizzily, spins out of control and sloshes into the pool.
Okay. So 2, 3, and 4 are indifferent.
No, they don't make any reaction.
Okay. So we have our map.
Well,
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
2 is indifferent, but 3 and 4 might dislike it, and that's why they haven't popped up. So we don't know if they're indifferent or not yet.
True.
So
True.
So if you go down path number 3 now,
Mm-hmm.
which should get 3 back up.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll go back. That's the umami one to get number 3
Yeah.
back up.
Yeah, which should get number 3 up.
It does.
And how does 1 and 2 react?
They do not react. Just 3
Okay.
enjoys umami, and no one else dislikes.
No one else cares it.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. At least 1 and 2 don't make any change.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
3 dislikes the bitter and the sweet. We don't know
2
how
and
it reacts
5
to the
likes
other 2.
berries. So if we feed it berries now, we'll get 5 back, and we'll have 4 of them. So feed them berries, because I think. Oh, wait,
3 doesn't
does
like
not.
the, 3
Yeah,
does
3
not
doesn't
like the berries.
Yeah, shit.
So it can't be
5 and
so it can't be
3
the
like
berries. It
red
can't
veg.
be
right, we need to get 4 back out, which would get rid of 3, and I kind of want 4 and 3 out.
Is
at
there
the
is there
same
any
time.
kind of drain hole in this thing that we can reset the?
Where's the redo button?
Yeah.
No, there isn't. Deliberately so.
Okay.
I think we've convoluted it to a point of.
You know,
No.
I have tested this. It took me ages, but I've tested it.
In fact,
Yeah.
I think we do have a reset button. Grizz, pee in it.
Oh,
Chris,
No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
Oh,
Okay, try path 1 again, and we'll see how 3 reacts to path 1.
Okay. 3
Which
really
is
liked
salt.
path 1 last time. So
Did
go
it?
back up. Yeah. Oh, not. Sorry, not path
Oh
1.
my god.
Yeah,
Oh
so,
my god. So path
Yeah,
1,
so-
the salty one.
yeah, go up salt.
Okay, going up
and
salt.
we'll see how 3 reacts, because 2's indifferent, 1 seems to like it, we don't know how 3 will react.
okay. Sorry. So which one are you going up to?
Okay, so I'm going up salt.
Okay, back
to
to
see
salt.
how 3 reacts.
3 does not react, but number 1 is looking at you wide-eyed, like with
Like
your
it's too much.
There's a lot of salt. It's still
Okay.
it's enjoying it, but it's like really wide-eyed.
Okay.
Okay.
Buzzed off its tits.
So now
Which
1,
one
2,
was
and
which one was the sweet one?
the sweet
Oh,
one
no.
is number 2, the berries.
Can you guys
And
see
2 and 5 both really like the berries.
Can you actually
Yeah,
see?
try. Yes. I can now, yeah. Okay, so do sweet.
Okay.
Again. And we'll see how 1
3
reacts.
Last time 3 didn't like it, but we don't know how 1 and 4 react.
Yeah.
Okay.
Salt.
Okay. So we'll go up sweet and see what 1 does.
Just help you out. Okay, so you're pouring sweet in again. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Then you. Ooh, sorry. Emma.
I mean, we could just tally chart it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm doing.
as you pour the sweet in, you see
Yep.
that number 3, it's just again dislikes it.
Dislikes it.
Yep.
Number
but
2.
number 2 is going crazy now, spinning around, and number 5 appears spinning
Okay.
kind of normally.
Okay, but
Wait,
number
so is
1
that
is
too sweet,
indifferent.
too salty? What have we got in there
Yeah.
at the moment?
Well, I'm more just trying to work out what each of them like. It seems like
Will like or tolerate, so that
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the only right. So I think I now know what each of them like, dislike, and are intolerant of. Except 4. So we need to get 4 out.
Okay.
So,
4 likes the bitter tea. 4 likes
Yeah.
the bitter
So,
tea.
so let's get number 4 out. So do bitter, and we will
Bitter.
see.
You pour the bitter tea in, and number 4 does indeed wearily rise up, its eyes still half closed.
Okay.
Others fall asleep and splosh into the water.
It's a
Okay.
mood killer.
That's a mood killer.
So,
So the
1, 2, and 5.
Yeah. Okay. So
And you don't know about
So-
number.
we don't know about
Well,
number 3.
from what we've seen, number 3 previously didn't like it.
Yeah.
So You
So
can-
from what
go on then.
I've seen, 5 likes 2 and 5, dislikes 1 and 4, and is indifferent to 3. So it dislikes salted. So I'm just going to go through. Actually, I'll go through across. So 1,
Okay. This is
Likes-
dragon 1.
yeah, Dragon 1 likes salty.
Like salty.
Is
Indifferent to
indifferent
sweet.
to sweet and umami,
Yeah.
and dislikes bitter and whatever the last one is.
Another one.
Bitter and probably sour. Probably sour.
Hey, there we go.
Sour.
It is indeed. And
Okay.
Yeah,
it's rhubarb, by the way.
yeah.
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 Okay, and 2 is indifferent to salty.
Loves
likes
sweet.
Indifferent to umami.
Hates
Dislikes
tea.
bitter.
Yep.
and is indifferent to sour.
Okay.
3 is indifferent to salty,
Yep.
dislikes sweet,
Yep.
is
Loves
loves
umami, but
umami,
only. Yep.
hates bitter, and likes sour.
Yes.
5, because I don't know a lot about 4. 4's the odd one. Dislikes salty, likes
The
sweet,
sweet.
is indifferent to umami,
Dislikes
bitter,
tea.
likes sour.
For 4, I have that it likes the bitter tea and dislikes the bitter, but I'm not sure about the other 3.
Likes bitter and dislikes.
Likes tea and dislikes sour.
There we
Yeah, that is what I've got at the moment. So now that we've got 4 out, go down 3, and we'll see how 4 reacts.
Okay. Yep. Go down 3. See how if it likes the umami or not.
You pour the umami mushroom in, and 3 appears, and 4 stays there, still sleepily enjoying.
Okay.
anything.
Indifferent.
Does 4 seem like it's enjoying, or does it seem indifferent?
It just seems to stare with its half eyelids
Okay.
open.
Okay. Now try sweet.
No, because we know that 3 doesn't like sweet, so I'm gonna go with salty next. Because
Okay, yeah.
3 is indifferent to salty, so
Yeah.
Okay.
we'll see if we can get them both up at the same time.
So you pour the salty water in.
Yep.
Yeah.
1 appears, and
Okay.
is again slapping its lips.
Okay.
2 and 5 like berries.
And-
So if you do
And
2
what's
and 5 now,
what's 4
they should all
what's
come
4
back.
doing? Yeah.
4 is still sitting chilling.
4
They're
is
super
indifferent.
chill. They seem
Yo.
to be-
Yo,
so
yo, yo,
anyway,
yo, yo. If you do berries now, that might get them all at the same time. It might knock 3 away, but it also might just end things. I don't know.
Yeah. So if we try the berries.
Berries.
No. Wait. Let's go back to I want to go back to umami first because I want number 3 to be engorged and satisfied to the degree that when it gets the sweet, it's not going to react.
it
Right?
did do that though. last-
It did do that last
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So
Never mind.
I would say just try the sweet, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Okay.
All
we're
5
gonna
of them
try-
will be there if we do the sweet, but then because they come up
Now,
first before they bounce on out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if we do
So-
sweet berries,
If we
Okay. So you grab the sweet berry juice, pour some in,
2,
and 2 and 5
5. Yeah.
spin into place. They absolutely adore. Whee! They do a little happy spin. And number 3.
so how can we get number 3?
Goes down. And 4.
4 is just chill. Just chilling.
Okay. Now let's bring up let's bring up the umami because the others are indifferent to it.
Yeah.
I think. So we bring
Yes.
up the umami, trying to bring back number 3.
You're back into
Yeah.
the
They all,
mushroom.
are they all indifferent?
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
then
From
let's
what
do
we've
it.
seen, yeah.
Okay. You go into the mushroom mound, you grab
Yep.
umami, and you pour it in. And all 5 heads are satisfied.
Oh my God.
They are
Nice.
enjoying themselves, and they do a little victory spin here. And as they,
Chris! There! Daya! Look! Listen!
as they do, you notice that there is one tunnel that you have not gone down during all of this to make them all appear, and it is the sour tunnel during this little fall thing. And all of them are actually satisfied, but they seem to yearn for a little bit more, maybe? You're not too sure. Either way, I will tell you now that they are all looking down the final 5th tunnel.
Okay. So if we go get them some sour, then that seems to be what they want.
Gonna try it. Yeah. If they're looking towards the sour, if they're giving me a hint, I'm gonna do that. So go
They're
fill up the
telling us to
chalice.
Go that way, one or the other.
Or they're telling us to go that way.
Yeah, I think I'm just telling us to go that way.
I don't know. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
If you want to feed him some sour and see what
No,
happens.
no. Well, no,
They seem like they're yearning for something extra, so I'm thinking they want the sour.
The water on this little trail actually starts to reverse.
Yeah, guys, we're not supposed to
Ugh.
fuck it up now.
The
Okay,
water
okay.
goes
Yeah.
in reverse.
Our job here is done. We should get the fuck out.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
we
go.
fair enough. We take.
I-
I'm taking the chalice with me
Yeah.
and hoping
Yes,
that nobody
absolutely.
minds.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. That might actually be an
Yeah.
item of destiny.
Yeah, Nissa also goes to take like the poisonous flowers and sees how they react to that.
They are all too satisfied and enjoying the plunge pool that they are like lapping at like dogs to
Yeah.
notice you taking
Then
it.
I shall take those.
Okay. Give me, what did you get last time? Was it a 20 something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You can roll me 4d4.
44.
Yep.
Wow.
Nice. Okay, so
Six.
mark down that you've got 6 abyssal flowers. Abyss flowers.
This flower.
Miss Flowers.
I like the sound of them.
You can make a note that this is used to create malice.
Ooh,
Oh,
that sounds interesting.
But they also require checks in order to cook up. In fact, if you wanted to stay a bit and do that with Mim, you can do. And you can also treat this whole endeavor as a short rest at this point,
Yeah.
if you guys wanted to.
Yeah, this took a while to do.
But yeah,
Like-
go ahead, spend hit dice, and if you need to restore anything, do that. The other part was, what was it?
spit one.
You take the chalice. You take the chalice with you. That's fine. They
Yep.
don't seem to make any gesture to bring it back. Mim, on the other hand, he looks around and says, "You know what? I quite like sees it here. There's plenty for me to have funs with, and I held my end of the bargains."
Yep.
You
That
got-
I
is
suppose you
fine
did.
then.
Yes.
He seems to be going from plant to plant, and he
Um,
said, "You wish for me to mix these some poisons?"
Yes, if possible. And whilst you're doing that, I will harvest the mandrake roots.
Okay, go ahead. Roll a survival check.
Ooh.
30.
What?
How many? Wait, how many did you roll?
Okay, you can roll.
The
You can roll-
first one was 30.
You can roll.
Yeah, my one was 30. I don't know what Mim's rolling.
Mim is creating poisons out of the abyss
Ah.
flower, and you had 6 doses, yeah.
Yeah.
So he makes 1, 2, 3. So he managed to make 4 out of the 6. So you have 4
Yeah.
doses of malice.
Okay.
Wow. It's
Okay.
malicious.
And malice is an inhaled poison, right?
It is inhaled poison, yeah, which will blind your enemy.
Ah.
What's
there.
the DC on that?
Let's have a look.
Because that's not a poison I'm aware of.
Is it not?
Unless it's called something different.
Malice inhaled. These poisons are powders or gases that take effect when inhaled. Blowing the powder or releasing the gas subjects
Oh, yeah.
creatures in a 5-foot cube to the effect, resulting cloud disperses immediately afterwards. Holding one
DC
breath
15.
is completely ineffective against this, as it affects nasal membranes, tear ducts, and other parts of the body. The creature is poisoned for an hour. It's DC 15, not bad. And yeah, the creature is poisoned and blinded. So it's poisoned
Yeah.
and blinded. It's not just blinded.
That's a terribly awful combination, pretty much.
Yeah.
Mm.
And if, well, technically.
Disadvantage on
poison-
everything and advantage.
yeah, it's not disadvantage on saving throws, unfortunately, but it's disadvantage on a lot of other things.
And the other things, you want these to make some things from that? The mushrooms that you've picked, what were they called?
Umami mushrooms?
Yeah, no, the ones.
I was
that-
calling them
big
the
fat-
cheeseburger mushrooms since they were cheese, meat, and tomatoes.
Yeah, that's why they're umami. Yep, 'cause umami you get from all those tastes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there is a restaurant called Umami Burger.
Ooh.
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 Okay. From the ones you just harvested, you can roll 64.
Well, what, for my mandrake roots?
Oh, that's the
So
one.
far
Yeah,
as
magic.
harvesting.
Yep. Yikes. That's 20.
21.
Yeah. You have so many stacks of mandrake roots you don't know what to do with.
Huge
Uh,
deep
so many.
roll, man. Oh my god.
Mims says, let me guesses. You want something from those? Or are you handing those to your frenzies?
Well, I was planning to use them as, like, breathing if we have to go underwater, but is there something else that could be made out of them?
Hmm. He looks at them. Who did you say your frenzies was? Blug Blug?
Yes.
Oh, you know them?
Ah, yes. He can definitely make some things from these.
Okay,
That's
so
what
I
it
will...
was. Yeah, I thought. Yeah.
Yes, then I shall take them for Bug Bug.
Very well.
Nice.
He's good at making poisons, Mim. Whereas Blug Blug is great at making potions. This will be I'll tell you now anyway. If you bring these back to Blug Blug, he will make potions of thunder resistance? Is it lightning resistance? It's one of the two. So the
Okay,
lightning
either one, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Alright. And
We'll take those.
I actually don't have to short rest, which is weird. I've not used... Nothing I have gets restored on a short rest.
That's fine. Then you're probably the one harvesting anyway, whilst everyone having their
Just as one last thing, I suppose, is there anything else here that looks worth harvesting in terms of poisons? I'll ask Bug Bug, because that's the bit that would interest Nissa the most.
Yep, you can roll a nature check, and I'll do so with advantage because Mim is assisting you and you're asking him.
Okay. Please roll well dice. Oh, I rolled the exact same.
Okay, you can roll 1d20.
Okay, 1d20. Let's see. 12.
12. Okay. We've had that one already, so re-roll that again
Okay.
because that's just Mandrake root again. 7.
7.
And we've had that one too. Re-roll again. 7 again. Keep re-rolling.
11.
Oh, Mandrake root again.
Really?
Basically, we're looking for a really high number or a really low number, whichever comes first.
14.
It's Mandrake root again. Oh, 19.
There
Okay,
we
yeah,
go.
we have something new. All right. This is. He says, "Oh, is that Kasuni juice?" It is. Okay, there's this white, dense liquid extracted from this spherical flower, and he says, "Use these to create oils. You want some, these?"
That sounds useful.
Okay, roll a survival check.
Okay. Dice, don't fail me now. 27.
Very nice. Okay, you can roll 5d4. 9.
9.
And then if he want it turned into
Opposite.
oils, he will
Nice.
go ahead and start rolling his
Yep.
ability kit. All right.
Yep.
Fail. Fail. That's a fail. He's not having good luck with these. Oh god, natural one. That's gonna use up 2 uses. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
So slippery. You know how hard these are. Oh goodness me.
6. Get me at least 1.
Trisings. Nope, 2 slipperies. He smashes another one. Slipperies! Oh, finally. Made one. He finally gets one of these vials that he didn't smash. It is 1 oil of slipperiness.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh. That sounds useful.
Whoopsies.
So it's just a bottle of grease, pretty much.
We had some of that before.
I think I still have it.
Oh. That sounds useful, though.
All right,
No.
let's
However,
let's
I've got to
get
remember
going.
Sorry, go
No, it's just Ember getting impatient.
on. Okay, I was gonna say I keep
Well,
on
this is
forgetting
why
that
this is why you guys are short resting. I'm just using the time.
I just remembered that I still have the implement of combustion that I haven't actually used at all.
Oh yeah, I have a thing of a thing, too.
I
I
was
forget that I
just-
have it.
It's a free 3d6 fire damage.
I like Oil of Slipperiness. It's very good. Use it on martial characters so they can't get paralyzed or grappled or restrained. Get them
Yeah.
in and out of combat. Very nice. Very good.
Yeah.
It's quite rare, which is why I set the DC a little bit higher. But
Yeah.
he did make one, so be
Yeah.
thankful for that.
Yep.
Cool.
Unfortunately, I didn't roll as high as I did with the mandrake roots.
And as for the berries you've got as well, Dyer, if you
Yep.
take those back to Blug, he will make potions of healing as well.
Sweet.
Cool.
Okay. Yep.
All right then. That's everything. Are you guys finally going down the fifth tunnel?
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, just looking at the time.
Yeah, I know. That's where I'll end it. But I just wanted you to know if you're heading down there.
Yeah, that would be where we'd
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
I think that's the
I think
plan.
so.
Yeah.
Okay, take you back to the map. And let's... All right, heading down the tunnel. Mim gives you a wave goodbye, and he goes about nosying in some strange plants and herbs, but he's definitely served his purpose. And he's right at home here in the Penta Creek. So, time to reveal a lot of stuff. Tunnel winds around, and it gets steeper and steeper and steeper the further you go, heading upwards. And along the way, you begin to see small flickering light in the tunnels. And at first, you think, are those the candles he was talking about? And then they turn out to be just small bioluminescent mushrooms. But you can smell. There is a sort of waxy scent in the air. It is wafting down from here. But it looks like it's going to be quite the journey. Because, yeah, this place is cavernous. It is vast. But you feel like you're getting closer to your destination. Because it's about the point in which you reach a very tall, deep cliff, when it's definitely time to end.
This is 5 hours, people. This is 5 hours.
It's where if you get to the top, suddenly when the ears prick up on Kane, the
Oh.
nose hits the floor and begins sniffing towards something, somewhere.
Chris, you smell something.
He's got a scent, and Kane is on the hunt. So with that, we will leave tonight's session there. Good job,
Alright.
combat and the puzzles.
Oh Lord.
And,
Yeah.
see
Wow.
door in Candle Cliff.
I got a twin spell of spider climb ready, and we have a scroll, so we can hopefully.
Plus a flyer and.
Yeah.
And can anybody else fly?
Not just yet,
No.
but I
No.
shall.
Well, we also have the potential option if they will allow us to ride on the back of the winged serpent.
True.
This is true.
Unless it's a very small tunnel, in which case they're gonna have to
Tanner
go.
might be a bit heavy
uniform.
for that, but
Nah, it's fine. Spider climb for me. I'm the
yeah,
happy boy.
I think I'll stick to the spider climb. I'm not going on Dang's back.
Other useful resources. Let's see how you apply them for the final stretch of this little very dark arc.
Wow.
It's a little bit, but you are clear. You are closing in on the end. Actually, what am I talking about? You still got to find the chance to the void.
Yeah, we are nowhere. Well,
Sorry, I forgot about that. There's a whole other.
We're nearer the end.
You are near the end. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're definitely over the halfway marker.
okay.
Hey, good
Okay.
job, Alex.
Cheeks sign off, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you all next week. Ta-ta for now.
Bye bye.
Curse Breakers Monday.
Curse Breaks and Last Shortcoming Monday, Sword Coast Friday, and we'll be back again Sunday.